Welcome to Game Changer World. John, how you doing tonight?
It is a beautiful night, and it's great to be back at home base. Rollie, how you doing tonight, sir?
Doing great, man. What's up? Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us, Rollie. For those of you guys that don't know, Rollie helps run the Nile Theatre, and he's here to talk GCW Keep in Touch with us tonight, and we'll see if we can get some juicy stories out of him. No, just kidding.
Well, it's been a while since you've been on, and you are literally the one to talk to, if anyone, when it comes to the Nile Theatre. Is there anything you want to share that you feel is kind of interesting about the Nile Theatre? I know you just had, the festival this weekend, correct?
Yeah, we do an annual hardcore fest called Within These Walls, and we kind of collaborated, made GCW the kickoff for it, and it was unreal. Like, the hardcore community and the wrestling community at the Nile are very intertwined, so it felt incredible. It was fun. Great packed house. Couldn't ask for more.
Dude, let me tell you, it's go ahead, B. You can go ahead and get kicked off if you want to there. I don't want to take a bunch of questions up front too much.
No, I was just gonna ask, like, real fast before we get into the wrestling, anything you could tell us about, like, Within These Walls, like about the concerts, the band and stuff like that?
Dude, it was sick. Our headliners were Twitching Tongues and Bane. We kicked shit off at noon. There were already 200 kids in the main room moshing for the first band. And by the end, I mean, we were packed out. We had 800-900 people in there. We had bands from all over the country, like the locals, shout out Hard Luck, See It Through, Dreamcast, like crazy reactions. It was incredible. Like, it's I can't ask for more than that. We did it the first time in 2017, and these last 2 years were our first times bringing it back. So just huge response, bunch of GCW merch in the house from the night before. We managed to clean up the entire building in like 4 hours. So that was cool. So yeah, I can't ask for more than that. It was awesome.
Did you get any rest that weekend at all?
No, I played myself. All I had Saturday was a breakfast sandwich, and then by the time I got home Sunday morning, I like full on had heat stroke from just like not eating and sleeping for 4 hours in 3 days. So I'm good now, but I paid for it. And I'm like, oh shit, that's right. I'm almost 40. I can't go like I used to. Worth it though. Would do it again.
All right. Well, I think I want to also start by kicking off with all the people who love to show up and watch us here in chat. So, Clown, welcome. Casa, JJ, nice to see you. He said, long live GCW.
Nice to meet you in LA as well, man. Manny,
yeah, it was really
thing.
cool. You got to hang out with us there and see how the sausage is made.
Please don't tell anybody how bad it was.
Oh man, we were running around like chickens with our heads cut off. We were gonna start a little earlier, but you know, it's first time jitters. Also, West Coast correspondent Screwball said almost cookie time. Yeah, welcome. Good to see you. We will be seeing Screwball coming on for the LA portion of the show and for the JCW portion of the show here, segments 2 and 3, I guess we'd like to call them. The Crow Fairy Tale right here. Hope everyone is doing well, and you all matter. So we got a little love right there. Who else do we have? We have Chris Mickshaw, welcome. Manny, welcome. Cat Avalanche, welcome. BCW. Let's see here. Clown just said, I'm working on my birthday read, so I understand the feeling because he said today sucked. Well, happy birthday, Clown. Literally one of our best #1 listeners, I would say. If not #1, then probably #1. Let's see what else we have here. I just want to see real quick. Arrival, same thing. One love. Mike Gooch, good to see you tonight. Good evening. Reed Harris Cooper, welcome. Patrick Scroggins. I think we got everyone at least for now. And we just dropped Rollie, unfortunately. He'll be back with us here in a second. This is a great time to just say, if you could, please like and subscribe. Hit the bell if you want notified when we go live. Super chats are available. If you want to donate, leave a comment. It's free and it helps out. As always, thank you so much for choosing to spend your time with us. Sit down and relax. You're amongst friends here. We're going to go deep into the night. We have a lot to cover.
Played myself.
No, you're good, man. We thought you just ran off We just figured,
He's like-
okay, he said,
He's
screw
like,
this.
this is a long, too many names. I'm out of here.
Yeah, too many fucking names. I'm gone. Let me just go ahead and get some news out of the way here real quick before I go any further. Congrats to Kylie Ray for getting pregnant after winning the WWE ID Championship. That further reinforces they should have put the championship on Zeta Steel, where she could have held, defended, and amplified the WWE Independent Championship at the largest independent company in the world, GCW. I just wanted to say that real quick. Also, I had posted on Twitter, if you have a chance, check it out, the PWI 500 listings for the GCW performers. That's on there. And as of right now, we still have 10 top 100 performers at GCW on the regular cycling through our system. So great job by them for that. Yeah, do you want to go ahead and just get jumping into the Nile Theatre? Because again, poor Rollie is probably still catching up on rest, and I'm guessing has been working in the last couple hours.
Yeah,
I took the night off so I could do this.
Oh, no
awesome.
shit, man. Thank you.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
man.
I took the night off specifically for this.
Oh, fuck yeah, man.
Some
Greatly
wrestling.
appreciated.
All right,
course.
our first show of the night, we are covering GCW's Keep in Touch from the Nile Theatre in Phoenix/Mesa, Arizona. And real fast, someone else had a question on that on commentary. What are we calling it officially? Is it Phoenix or is it Mesa?
It's Mesa through and through, yeah.
Mesa, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got to get that right. So this
No,
was
you're good.
GCW's fifth trip to Phoenix, 8 singles matches and a tag team main event. MLJ, Jordan Castle, and Ethan Lawmaster were on commentary. When Emil opens the show, the fans go wild and the bass shakes the camera. It actually looks like the fan excitement is shaking the camera. So I think that's a great visual. Those awesome bar style lights stayed on during the match. I always felt like a bar or fairground lighting. And as a guy who grew up in the 80s and like, I love that lighting. I actually have those same lights in my backyard, and those are like my party lights. So,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that sets the tone. And to me, like between the brick wall and the black walls, like the Nile is a beautiful venue, man, especially for wrestling.
Thank you.
So then I want to just ask you then, what is the local company down there that is producing wrestling that happens to be producing the fandom that we're seeing in Arizona? Because it seems like when GCW goes to Nile, the fans are just incredible. Great fans.
Honestly, a couple local fed, but I can truly say that like Arizona in general loves wrestling, man. And like Nile shows have historically always had their, whether it's like hard, bad. Like we used to have CWFAZ, like Championship Wrestling from ABZ with Peter Avalon and all that. Like we kind of have our own audience, and our musical identity is tied in. Is just as much with the wrestling side. So when people see it's like, hey, it's Nile Wrestling, they know the energy is different. It's gonna be chaotic. It's gonna be fun, and you better be ready to grab your shit and get out of the way. So, yeah, I think that's a Nile specific thing to strive for.
I'll agree right there. Like John, when you were describing just the venue, right? Like I had fear of missing out when every time I haven't been to a Nile show and I see the opening, I just see the cool venue and the energy, as you were saying, Raleigh. We were there at the first show, John, in Phoenix, and that place was just rocking from match 1 on. And like, yeah, I was missing out on it for sure. I was like, damn, I really wish I was at the Nile.
Straight up, like Emil told me after the show, he's like, yo, man, no cap. This is like one of the most intense tour through here. Like every time you guys blew the roof off from like match 1 all the way until the end.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I think pound for pound, person by person. Yeah. The quality of wrestling fan coming through there, the level of enthusiasm is just very high compared to other cities and other venues, I think.
Yeah, like it doesn't kind of, it could be a death match, it could be a tag, it could be a pure going off regardless. People in the ring, now crowd's going wild for it.
Yeah, the energy, no matter kind of whatever match it has been, and we'll talk about this, like even the opening match, for it kind of being locals and not really GCW names, the crowd was into it from match one, and it continued on all night once again.
Yeah,
and that local one was, or the opening match was special for a lot of reasons locally, so that felt really cool. That was awesome.
Well, here we go. We'll talk about it right now. First match is Manny Lemons versus Gino Rivera.
And Snugster, hello. First time watching from Pennsylvania. Welcome.
Yes.
So, yeah, Manny Lemons versus Gino Rivera. This was very much a local regional matchup. West Coast fans know the influence both men have on the industry out here. Manny, last seen exactly 5 months to the date where he participated in the Clusterfuck Battle Royal. 10 years in-ring experience, trainer and promoter. Gino, last seen December 2024 against Brooke Havoc, right there in Phoenix. 15 years experience, trainer, promoter. I love Gino pulling the ring apron over Manny. I loved him making the fans move, then making them sit down doing the little fake. Great heat, knows how to work a crowd. If Gino had a partner just like him, I think they would be a deadly tag team. Our winner here, I wrote Manny Lemons with the lemon drop. I also forgot to write here, but Manny didn't get a lot of offense in until the last, minute or two there, and it was only a 5-minute match. What did you guys feel about this one?
Go ahead, Rollie. I want to hear your firsthand experience. Like you were saying, it was special to you guys.
Yes.
Like, I had a blast with it, and I also want to shout out the ref, Scott. Scott's from here. He refs all the local feds, and like when I walked in and I'm in the back helping get things ready for the show, and I saw Scott walk in with his ref bag, like I just dropped my stuff and like gave him a giant hug. Like, it felt awesome because all three of those dudes have been putting their all into shows out here in AZ forever. So to open it with them just felt right. It was awesome. And a lot of the crowd knows them from various shows. So I think those guys could have just gone in there and just like laid down and thumb wrestled, and the crowd would have popped at that point. Like, it felt good. Like, it was definitely a quick match. And I do agree, like, Manny kind of at the end, like, he turned it around real quick, but like Manny and Gino are both over as hell in Arizona, in the Nile specifically. So it just felt good. It was a good nostalgia, like, kumbaya moment.
You absolutely just gave a bunch of people a new match idea for Arizona thumb wrestling contest.
Thumb wrestling, then put thumbtacks on a thimble, make a death match out of it.
I'm in. I'll watch that.
Mm-hmm.
Sick fuck. I'll watch that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, that was great. Yeah, I kind of kept it short and sweet too, just like the match. Every time I've been in Arizona, Gino's never there, and I've been always trying to catch up and see Gino Rivera live. Because yeah, I agree, he's awesome. I put he's like kind of like the new Tony Deppen. I want to see him in LA, see how he would get over with the LA crowd. But I think he could be used like Tony Deppen anywhere and get the same reactions that Tony Deppen used to get in GC, or still gets in GCW. But I want to see more of Gino Rivera in GCW. Outside of just Arizona, and I thought this was a fun, quick opening local match, and locals, the crowd seemed into it. And I thought for opening match, I was kind of scared when I saw Gino Rivera. I was happy. Manny Lemons, I didn't know that he was that over with and that known in the AZ crowd, so I was kind of happy to see that they surprised me and got over. So it was awesome to see that opening matchup.
And they gave us the classic solid wrestling match. Neither wasted their time or their energy really to in excess. I was hoping that Manny got the lemons out and hulked out. We didn't get to see that. I wrote here also, knowing who they are and what they're capable of. If they were asked, they could have put together a solid 15-minute match and delivered.
Oh, easily. Like, I've seen those guys go like 20 plus before, like in that same room. Like, if that, whatever you need out of them, they've got more than enough experience and talent to do it.
Yeah, Manny won me over this night. I want to see more of him. Next match was Marcus Mathers versus the main man Oro.
So let's start with Oro's background, because this is a first for quite a few GCW fans. From West Africa, 29 years old, build just shy of 6 feet tall, 13 years in ring experience in WWE developmental for around 5 years, known as Oliver Carter, part of the group Meta-4, aka the main man, the Predator Slayer, known for his 450 splash and his finisher, the Instant Kill, which is a springboard cutter. An 8-time champion, he's an SCW Tag Team Champion, 336 days, and a WWE NXT UK Tag Team Champion for 62 days with Ashton Smith. Now on to Mathers. This was my first time speaking with him. I'm going to probably talk about that a little more in LA, but his trajectory is upwards. He has the look of someone confident that kind of exudes from him. He kind of has that feeling like you can see he believes in himself. And as podcasters here, that's what we want to see. We want to see those are the building blocks to go up to the next level. I do want to tell fans, if you have the opportunity, go get your signatures, buy the merch, and get the picks, because once he really hits TV, the prices are going to go through the roof. So I just want to kind of give that out there. Jordan Castle said Oro wants everyone to step up at GCW. I like that statement. Oro also talks a lot of shit during the match. Also enjoyed that. He's the heel, and fans don't like a smartass. Mathers went for the spot where he pulls his opponent outside the ring and turns it into a tombstone, but it didn't go as planned. There was a recovery. He picked up Oro and completed the tombstone, and it went off much better. Our winner, Marcus Mathers, with a cross-legged fisherman suplex and a 450 splash 4-3. I had a lot written there. I'm so sorry. What do you guys think about this match here between Marcus Mathers and Oro?
I mean, for me and my group of friends, like, you guys know Gabe, he's been on the show before.
Yes.
Like, afterwards, talking the next day, straight up, this might be my match of the night. Like, as far as pure wrestling goes, I even watched it back earlier today, and I wasn't familiar with Oro. I was stoked that Marcus finally made it to Arizona for the first time, but like, they got in there and just wrestled their asses off. And like, I can't fault little hiccups here and there in any match. Like, I think truly the thing I hate more than anything in wrestling is when people do a "you fucked up" chant. And I'm like, dude, if I attempted to set up a tombstone from the apron, I'd go to the hospital. Like, shit happens. They recovered it. And yeah, I had a blast with that, man. Came away a huge Oro fan. Talking with him and Marcus before we opened doors, they're both just great dudes, and I totally agree. Like, I remember when Marcus was just like a skinny little kid wrestling, and seeing where he's at now, like, sky's the limit for that kid.
Yeah, you made a great point there, John, of making a comment on I think it was Castle said on commentary, everyone had to step up to him. And for me, my main note was I was happy, following what you said, Rollie, see Marcus Mathers get a big match against Oro and pick up the surprise victory. For me, I was stunned. I thought Oro coming in, picking up a victory over Mathers, kind of not in any story. So him losing doesn't really hurt him, but could do a good job of helping Oro out in the GCW fan base. Because I'm kind of same thing, Rollie. I'm a little bit more familiar with him just because I watched NXT, not as much as I was, but I know a lot of him from there. But that's it. I never knew anything in his wrestling before then or since then. So him coming in was kind of showcased to me. Like, I was kind of stunned on that comment Castle made. Is like, no, everyone, you're stepping into our company here. You guys step up. So Mathers picking up the win, and kind of like where we'll talk about later too in LA, but where kind of Oro starting off on this trajectory of, I thought he would be kind of pushed a little bit higher, but picking up a lot of right now, picking up 2 big losses in his first opening matches. I wonder that where career like matchup and maybe storyline, if that's going to lead into him kind of being a heel moving forward instead of this face that we've kind of seen. And I'm interested to see how he works out of that.
I totally agree. I also think it's really cool and very deserving that they set Marcus up as like the gatekeeper, where he got on the mic, he put Oro over, was like, welcome to the show, versus like Sidney Akeem, who came in and got some wins immediately. And if you really think about it, like, Marcus deserves to have that role. He's been putting it down. Like, I've seen him wrestle JCW death matches against Tremont. Like, he's wrestled all over. Like, he kind of is the gatekeeper now. Like, you gotta go against him. You gotta go through the Jack cartwheels. Like, very cool booking. I liked it a lot.
Yeah. John, I'll save you from the mute button here tonight. Don't want to be the first one. But yeah, I agree. Like, I was shocked, but I think that's good for Marcus. I think that's only going to help him, and it's nice to see him maybe find a role and keep on continuing having these big name matchups. Go ahead, John. You're unmuted now.
Well, we had something here that said, hey, this is Chris Cooper, the owner and CEO of Ultra Violent Pro Wrestling, asking us to come and inviting us to come to the January 6, 2026 Worlds Collide in LA. Well, Chris, unfortunately, there's a problem. You blocked our podcast on Twitter.
I'm about to say
that
might be one of the what's it called groups like with TJ,
Christ.
one of those E-Feds. I'm about to say we're invited to an E-Fed show.
That's a big no, buddy.
That's a good man.
Sorry, but you blocked us and then asked us to come to your whatever. That was there you go. There you go.
Dude, I didn't even think. Sorry about I didn't even think about that, man. That would be a perfect role right now for Mathers with a WWID name behind him as well. Great call there, Rollie. All right. Oh, there we go. It was banned and the comments.
Still thrown off.
All right. Next match. Oh wait, you want to keep on going or no? I see you still have some notes there.
I just wanted to say here, there was a part that I felt like was really important. Marcus Mathers grabs a mic and welcomes Oro to GCW. He really said, welcome to GCW, not just a little, hey, welcome to, no, he really meant, I think this is a place for you. That's what he was really trying to get across here. I just wrote in a follow-up impressive showing by both, a straightforward WWE styled and paced wrestling match with dashes of indie style. Fans pounded the ring for this match, by the way. So, I mean, this was really a stunner for fans. And I'm right there, man. Awesome match.
Yeah, I want to see a lot more of Oro. I hope he sticks around in GCW because I think, man, he can fit in. You can feud him with anybody.
Like I said, after the next night, his loss against Cartwheel in LA, I could see it kind of being like a little like, hey, I try to be nice and be good to GCW fans, but it ain't helping me, and that maybe switches him, and now like he instantly switches character. And I think him having some character instead of just having these good matchups and having some sort of story moving forward in GCW, I think that's just going to make him more interesting in a lot of people's eyes, in my eyes especially.
Yep, totally agree.
Next match was Vipress versus Brittnie Brooks.
So up to this point, surprisingly, this was the most hardcore match to that point. Technically, this was more of a chair match. Vipress, this was her 10th match with us at GCW and her Nile debut, I believe. The Serpent of Evil has been wrestling for 8 years now. I just wrote here, dynamite in a small package. Brittnie, been working in the business now for 6 years, 145 matches to her name, and 56 of those came this year, and we still have 3 months left. So really been workhorsing it this year of all. I feel she's been a welcome addition to the West Coast shows. She does her job well. Solid family appeal. If there's one little girl in the crowd, Brittnie will connect with her. And I feel that's what wrestling really is about, even at the GCW level. We're a little more hard ass and violent. I also like that she sometimes will give away her pair of glasses to someone. And again, that costs a little money, number one. But number two, I mean, that's a great show. That's like a Bret Hart move there. Vipress made Brittnie kiss a chair shot straight to the face, and fans reacted like they felt it. I believe Rollie could probably tell you it was pretty fucking loud. In a 10-minute match, Brittnie blew a solid 1 minute and 55 seconds, which is about 1/5 of the total match time to set up a door bridge. Uncharacteristic of her style that she even did a door bridge, but I appreciate that she did. Our winner here, Vipress with a frog splash on Brittnie through a door bridge. Same thing, like number one, both performers worked mostly regional and they knocked it out of the frickin' park.
Dude, straight up, great match. Brittnie's obviously AZ local, so she's over as hell. But I mean, also Vipress, everything about her, she was also immediately over in the Nile as soon as Lean Like a Cholo hit. So, again, it didn't matter what they did in the ring, but this was an awesome match, man. apart from, like you said, that the door bridge took a while, but I'd chalk that up to Brittnie not really being known for hardcore. And yeah, I was there in person. I was standing on the stage when Vipress did the sneak chair shot, and it was loud. She cracked her with that thing. So awesome match. Vipress has been here before with other promotions, but this was definitely a lot of people like getting to know her for the first time. And you can tell that Vipress is really putting her wrestling in. Like, she did a snap Saito, and it looked picture perfect, like the way Bobby Beverly throws that thing. So, like, just great technical match from both. And then, again, like, Brittnie bulldogged her onto a chair. Like, Brittnie doesn't do stuff like that. Like, it was just an awesome all-around match, man.
And see, here's where I'm going to wrap all of it together with Screwball's statement here, because this is what I loved about it so much, was that they acknowledged Vipress's big match against Atticus the next night, and she kind of needed to turn up the violence in preparation. And I think her starting the match off kind of like that made Brittnie kind of, as you guys are saying, uncharacteristically kind of switch up her style. And I think it just all played in beautifully, like psychology and everything. It was from commentary to how the match played to, as you said, Brittnie kind of getting uncharacteristic, and maybe that's what cost her to lose the match. But Vipress needing to step up to show that she's ready for Atticus. Everything for me just wrapped up was a beautiful kind of bow that also set up the next day, that day's match with Atticus. It was beautiful. I love when all that kind of stuff just rolls together.
Totally agreed. I also think Vipress is nailing it with her like no nonsense character. Like, she gets in the ring, takes her hoop earrings out, and just it's straight business. Like, there's no showboat, and every time Brittnie would, Vipress made her pay for it. Like, it's building that character up, you know, and I think they nailed it.
Oh my goodness here. Also, yeah, Vipress was, what was it? Like some form of vampire type thing, and then ended up turning into the Chola character. And I'll be honest, man, popped off in LA. Once it went to the Lean Like a Cholo music, like it was lights out. It really did seem to matter.
Straight up, middle of Mesa, Arizona. We're right by Ganetto Park, where like that's where everybody's from. So like it hit immediately, and everybody's like, all right, I know Brittnie's from here, but Vipress is our girl now.
Oh my goodness.
All right, our next match was the one called Manders versus Man Like Dereiss.
All right, here. So Dereiss has his opening. Fans love it. We got the 0121. It's finally now well known. I was laughing at Manders deciding to sing his entrance, and he comes out, yo, Phoenix, what the fuck is up, baby? When I say one called, you say Manders, and then he even did the she. Everyone in the ring's laughing. I love seeing Manders so comfortable. That wouldn't have been him 2 years ago. He's kind of gotten out of his shell. We even got a yeehaw chant that Emil was not comfortable with. Manders, a leader, a champion. Just like I was stating about Mathers earlier, he's radiating confidence. That is not the same man I met 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And I love seeing people reaching their goals and succeed. With man like Dereiss, Dereiss is just a bright spot on any card. He's an entrance, he's a personality, and he's a wrestler. Has tremendous facial expressions and a knack for comedy. I look up from my notes, and Dereiss has on a cowboy hat, and Manders has on Dereiss's glasses. Dereiss throws Manders' hat, and the fans chanted, "You fucked up." Manders hits an avalanche power slam, only got 2. Huge lariat and a kick out at 1. Again, I'm not a big fan of no selling Manders' finisher. That's twice that exact situation has happened in the last 5 matches or so. Our winner, though, one called Manders, where he finally did hit that huge lariat, covered for the win. And yeah, what do you guys think about this one?
I just want to shout out Dereiss real quick. It's the only person who's wrestled 5 Nile shows from the goddamn UK. Like, I don't, it shouldn't statistically happen, but yeah, shout out Dereiss for being the most regular GCW person. But I thought it was an awesome match. It was really fun. I do get what you're saying with kicking out a Manders finisher, but I think it's kind of hard when you've got like a lariat finisher, because you want to use it.
Yeah.
And I think the way they make up for that is, at least in this match, like his arms so it looks like he's in pain and he can't use it. And like, if you notice, he hit his weak side arm for the first one that he kicked out of, and then he spins around and just cracked him with power side. So, like, there is good storytelling on it, but with a move it's kind of hard as a finisher if that does every lariat and the match. So I think it's just kind of tricky with that. But I think they attempted and did a pretty decent job of like, oh, it's good ring psychology. Like, he's beating it up. They got to iron it out, but at least it wasn't just like kick out, kick out. This one worked for some reason. It was like desperation. Even the way Manders pinned, like, he just laid on him like he was gassed. So they kind of built that up to end it. So I think it's got good bones, you know?
Perfectly said, man. That's exactly kind of how I was going to attack it the same way. Like, I feel like every time Manders doesn't get it, we always see him kind of like this, or as Rollie said, hitting it with the off arm, and then it sets up him swinging it with more power with the bad arm finally for like one last home run shot down 0-2 in the count. So I love when it's played out storytelling, like how Rollie said. But John, I know like what you're saying, when it's not any storytelling and it is kind of just like played out, I don't like that either. But when it makes sense, it really is good. Yeah, my main note of this match, I really loved how John said at the beginning of the match, Manders having fun with his entrances, rapping, singing. He's definitely, I would agree with you, Casa, here, showing more personality of late, going back to singing, having them restart Zombie. Manders has been killing it, and it's been so fun and awesome to watch. And he's still just improving, getting better, and getting more comfortable. And the sky's the limit for the Cowboy. And it was fun. I was fun. It's always fun watching him have fun.
Dude, straight up, I love seeing him just be himself more and like let that personality shine, because otherwise I think it could just be like generic cowboy character, but it's not. It's like, it's still Manders, and it's awesome, and it feels good. Like, I love watching his matches. I don't care where he's wrestling. I will always tune in for a Manders match.
James, real fast, John, I'll save you again, man. Manders and TNA, that's a good fit too. I think that would be a good role for him. Him and kind of Mance maybe doing some stuff, or even by himself. But that would be a great place for him. And real fast, Zach, I don't know if you're the one that always sends this every week, but I wanted to acknowledge whoever every week. I forgot to say this last week. Every week we get like a national whatever day, and I love reading them every day. I fucking enjoy it. So whoever sends that, if that's you, Zach, or if it's not, thank you for this one. But keep them coming.
Hey, I grew up on corn dogs and cheap ass pot pies. So right there, let me tell you, beef and chicken pot pies for life.
Oh, I gotta say, today's National Head Day. Shut up. So there's one for you too. Redheads and pot pies. What more do you need?
Redhead Day. Okay, I couldn't. Sorry.
Wow.
Cut out there. I didn't hear what you said.
That's an evening.
Yep, there you go.
All right. The Rock would be proud, John. Next match. Atticus Cogar versus Starboy Charlie.
Okay, so I want to ask everyone, B, Rollie, but I also want to ask everyone in chat, just give me a number. How many matches overall career has Atticus Cogar had at GCW? What do you think, guys? Just write a number in chat just for fun. We're talking from the very beginning till Saturday.
I haven't looked, I'll be honest. I didn't look at yours.
It's okay.
Yeah.
What you thinking?
I don't even have a guess, but truly, because like since he came in, like back in the day, even like in the inception of 4-4, like Atticus is a fucking workhorse. If he's in the company, he's on like every show. So yeah, it's got to be high.
I was guessing 100. That would have been my guess, a flat 100.
So you would have been the closest, B. The number is 88 right now, and 30 of those have been this year, which basically means as an Atticus fan, you're getting more Atticus at GCW now than ever before.
Absolutely.
That also 420. That also makes Atticus the 7th busiest wrestler in GCW in 2025 with a record of 17, 11, and 2. I want to ask everyone, how are you feeling about Atticus's 2025 run so far?
I will hop in real fast and take this one, Rollie, and I'll send it to you because I was just about to say, when we saw Atticus come back, I think that's the first thing we asked for was, is he going to be back and actually wrestle? Because as you said, Rollie, when he first was around, he was on a lot of the shows, but because of the company he was with, he wasn't really necessarily wrestling on every single show. And I'm happy. I'm very happy with what it's been now as of late. It's very crazy storytelling. I think maybe I was expecting more of his return, but I'm kind of glad we're letting it play out. We didn't rush everything just to rush it and kind of go back. Like how he said, he's resetting the timeline right now. And I'm liking the different kind of feuds he was in. And Manny, I was kind of go right to there. I hope he would be kind of presented a little bit more strongly with Vandal 48 and win some more of these matches and feuds. But overall, I'm happy to see him kind of just enjoying himself and be willing to not only put out weekly videos for GCW and the fans, but also to show up every single week and willing to wrestle or to push his feuds and his story over. And that's something as Atticus fan, but also a GCW fan and a big story kind of person. I'm happy he's been back and doing he's doing better than I originally thought he would be. So I'm ecstatic of his return.
I'm absolutely in the same way. I saw somebody's comment popped up, like the Atticus Fuego storyline. Without that, you don't even have the cage match on Saturday. So like he obviously like won that feud, but it built so much more. Somebody else in chat said that none of his feuds are over, and that's kind of the thing I like most. I was talking about it, like even he dropped a video for just a match with Vipress. Like Atticus can feud with anybody, and his feuds are never truly over. Like we don't know what's going on with the Mason thing. Obviously, there's some developments after his match in LA. Like it never truly ends for Atticus, and I think that's what makes him kind of a threat too. Is like Atticus doesn't forget, so like he can kick off and reignite something at a moment's notice. And like I love Vandal 48. I want to see more, but obviously both of those guys have their own careers too. Otis specifically is doing a ton, so I think Atticus is doing awesome, keeping busy in the interim, and everything always has a purpose with Atticus, and I don't think a lot of wrestlers have that drive where there's never so much as like a dead match where it's like, sure, it's like him and Starboy Charlie kind of random because Shotzi was injured or whatever, and then like boom, gets on the mic, bam, it's locked right back in, and he adds it right into the lore, and like nobody else really does it like that. One of my friends said it's like Atticus can do all the shit that everybody else can do. Like he can high fly, he can technical wrestle, but nobody else can do what Atticus can do on the indies. And I think that's the way I look at him.
And so here's where I'll challenge that. I agree with everything, but I'm going to challenge it with one other name right now, and it's Mason, because as you said, Atticus has came back and like what he did with Fuego kind of branched into everything now going on with KJ and Sam, but same could be said for Mason with KJ as he kind of started all that stuff. And I think now that with Krule coming back and kind of reigniting another kind of story, I think Mason also is one that if Jordan kind of wants to play off into it and attitude wise, he could kind of go back to the Mason thing. And if he turns on Alec Price or whatever, I think Mason's one that kind of also influences a lot of other things that move on and branch on in GCW. But yeah, Atticus is, those two are like the very few ones that are doing it very good on the independents right now.
And to that point, on Instagram, if you look at Atticus's video about Vipress, Charles Mason is tagged in that. And I think Atticus feuding with Mason is going to lead to something real cool, real crazy. And it gives Mason somebody to feud with who can bring it back just as hard, you know? And I don't think that either one has that strong of a matchup anywhere else as far as like the mind game things. Because, yeah, I think it's just perfect building. I really want to see that pay off somewhere. Because, like, cool, you got the Bev Slade's kind of there, Krule's back. Like, that can go any number of ways, you know?
Yeah, we'll get to it later. I know John's excited to talk about it. Krule being thrown in as the third was out of left field and has totally changed this whole feud and where I thought it was going to go. And I'm excited to see where it goes as well.
I just wanted to kind of tag on to something because I wrote this little part down right here. But with Atticus, there's a lot of independent wrestlers that are happy to just get their money for the match and then on to the next one. You know, he puts effort into making sure that his matches have meaning and purpose. And I can actually say that, I mean, for my money, he's giving me more. I'm a big fan of that. it's called effort. You know, he's making sure that he gets himself out there. This is more than, I mean, sales and marketing at the same time. You know, and people wonder why his merch is moving so fucking quick and it's hard to get something after a 2 or 3 day release. It's because of things like that. You're giving people something to sink into. It's nice to be like, hey, I like this guy, but it's a lot better to be like, hey, I like this guy and I know everything he encompasses. And, you know, you might like the killer, but it's even better sometimes to like the story that comes in with it. And yeah, Atticus gives us a lot to chew on. Did you announce this match? I'm sorry, Rollie, you broke up.
Go ahead, Rollie. I was waiting on you. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
No, I want to in person for matches. He does exactly Cardona. And now, like, he was out there with people shaking hands. That's how you build a fan base for life. For, like, again,
breaking up
for community. So when people hear Peeling Flesh hit, that room starts going crazy. And boom, everybody's locked in. They can tell them that. They can talk about music with them. And boom, you've got fans for life, period, you know?
Yeah, it's all about the personal touch. Anyone that has given me just a couple minutes of time and been nice enough to do so, I walk away with a, you know, a great, fans do this all the time. What I really think is, hey, you know, they gave me a good 5 minutes. I don't know how their day is. Their cat could have just died, but you know, when it comes down to giving real attention and caring for just a couple minutes, they give it in handfuls. And that is super important. And you can't always get that without paying $200 plus over at the WWE. So, you know, over here, we're real people doing real people things. Okay, Starboy Charlie, because you said you did introduce the match, right? Okay, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I got sunken into what you both were saying, and I just, you know, yeah, Starboy Charlie. I've watched him grow. B, you've watched him grow. I liked him then, but I questioned if he could convert from a younger wrestler to a more mature wrestler. And honestly, I like him now more than ever. He's in tremendous shape. A quality performer with a ton of years ahead of him. He is like, he's as wide muscular as he is tall almost. He is built. And you can tell between both parents, he has that boxing background. So you can even see the squared shoulders, and he's got like, he naturally probably could have also very easily been a fantastic boxer. What's up, B? Or I'm sorry, what's up, Rollie? I know you wanted to say something.
But he can still throw like a standing sky twister press with no jump. And you're like, okay, cool. Must be awesome to be God's favorite. Thanks, Starboy. He's so good.
Yeah, lucky as shit, honestly. After Starboy got in the ring, something happened on the right side of the camera in the crowd. I have no idea what happened, and I wanted to ask you, Rollie, do you know it was on, I mean, from the stage, the right side of the venue, it was during Starboy Charlie's entrance. There was a lot of people looking to the right side, but it could have been just someone missed their chair and fell on their ass. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, without going too much into detail, somebody had a bit of a medical event, and then one of my guards and I carried him out. He wound up being fine. We got him taken care of, got him the medicine that he needed out of his car, and then he made it back in 2 matches later. We set him up on the stage. But yeah, somebody needed to get to their medicine, so me and one of my guards got him out, got him taken care of. But yeah, a bit of a medical thing. And I obviously didn't watch the match because I was dealing with that. I watched the replay today. Another one on Atticus. Atticus's entrance hit, and if you can walk, normally they walk that way first. He saw something was going on. He immediately reverts and goes around the other side of the ring and gets immediately into the ring. Like, his spatial awareness was on point, because I didn't know that he did that, because I was carrying a person. And little things like that, like, the man knows what he's doing. But yeah, the gentleman who had the issue, totally fine, finished the night out. Got some signatures from Tremont, who was mostly there to see, and we had a good night.
So all's well that ends well. You know what? I'm happy I asked you, and you're the one to know. Otherwise, we would have not known the ending to that story. So I want to say, as someone with medical stuff, thank you so much for taking care of a brother. You know,
of course, that's what we're there for.
The skewers came out early, and Starboy spent minutes dodging them. Chairs were the other weapon mainly used in this match. Cogar threw Charlie into some seats and Charlie flew into a lady sitting down on her seat. Atticus was yelling at referee Scarlett, which drew a lot of boos from fans. They don't like people yelling at Scarlett. Points for Castle referencing Scott Hall. He did the "Hey Yo Bad Guy" reference. Starboy Pele kicked a chair into Atticus's head. Later hits a Van Daminator. Our winner here, Atticus Cogar, with a bundle of skewers to Starboy's head, and then hits the brain hemorrhage for 3. What were you guys thinking about this match?
B, you want to kick us off first?
Yeah, I don't have too much on it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was just a good setup for Atticus for the next night, but I was kind of having a little different thoughts. I'm going to disagree with you, John. There, I think he has. I think he hasn't found like a gimmick or kind of like a character. I think like, or his style. Like he's himself. He's grown up. He's finding himself with the Grateful Dead boots and coming out and singing and stuff with the overalls. But I kind of feel like maybe like a heel change. I could see a dark Starboy heel, like could be a very good character. But then
Dark
Rollie,
Star.
yeah, but then Rollie counters it. Like that was my kind of counteraction to my own argument was he's so damn good with all these cool moves. Like I don't like as a heel, he's not going to be able to do those. So I just want Shu to find himself a little bit more of a character. But I enjoyed his improvement in ring work for sure.
As silly as it is, I think you can do that shit and still be a heel character. Because like, look at Atticus. Atticus does a middle rope lion salt in the corner. All it takes for somebody to be evil is just lay a chair on somebody and then do a standing sky twister. Boom, you're a heel. And I am kind of actually with B on this one. I think pure charisma, pure ability, it's hard to even touch Starboy. But the character, like, don't get me wrong, I think Denim Dragon might be the best nickname in existence right now because it's fun to say. But the character I have trouble connecting with too. Like, I like him, but it's not because I like the character. It's just because I like Starboy. And I think that's where there's a little bit of a disconnect that I think he'll work out in time once he figures out what he wants to do, you know? Because some people, I mean, Jack Cartwheel is a great example. There is no character. Everybody just likes Jack Cartwheel. And I think that's kind of going to end up being the case for Starboy in the long run. And I liked the match as well. And I think it built well. If we're talking ring psychology, Starboy had to throw some Van Daminators. He had to get hardcore. Atticus had to go high flying. And then chose to spike him in the head at the end. The toss with the spikes on the bottom of the lower buckle is something I've also never seen. And like I was about 10 feet away when that happened and it looked gnarly. That's when I came back in the building. But it was a cool match. And like for essentially a last minute rebooking, it all went somewhere and added up to something. So I liked it. I had a lot of fun with it.
And you were talking about the Starboy situation going heel. I feel like it would be like the old Alec Price issue B when we were talking, where if he turned heel, he would have a hard time changing up the larger amount of move set that he has because he has a face move set, that exciting, you know, that may be the issue there, you know?
Sorry, I think that's where a couple of weeks ago when we were kind of talking about that, who I would kind of switch and make the heel. I think I said it. I would pick Jordan because I think his move set and his kind of like in-ring psychology, and he can work a slower pace move, like work moves and get the crowd pissed off at him. I think that he would be a better heel because of what you said. We agreed Alec would be the more fun face to kind of cheer on. So yeah, great call back there.
I think Screwball just nailed it though. Cause like, yeah, it like, Orso hit a spiral tap off the top of the cage. Like you can have all the high flying moves, but you just do them to a super over baby face. But you can be a heel and be like what Atticus is, because Atticus isn't a true heel. People don't just talk shit to him like they do Mason and Cardona. People love Atticus, even when he's doing shocking stuff. Like I think you can do a lot. It just depends on the delivery.
And like teasing sometimes, like, hey, I'm about to do this move, and no, fuck you guys don't get it tonight. But then, like, yeah, KJ, for the most part, since he has transformed into KJ and not been Fuego, his moveset has kind of totally changed to be more not giving you the fun stuff. But in this situation, desperation calls for desperate moves, and it made sense to me. I kind of originally had the same thought. I'm like, wow, that was crazy, and then I was like, I didn't like that as a heel, but it made sense because he had to do that to beat Stackhouse in the cage match. So I think it seems like that's going to be a talk about in ring psychology. If you could do it and it makes sense, and I'm all for it.
Yep. some people can't go heel. Like, I don't think Jack Cartwheel could go heel under any circumstances because people just like him too much. But if you build it, I think Evil Starboy could be really cool. I would love to see that.
Sound like I'm in the minority with everybody, and that happens sometimes. I mean, like literally, like you said, Alex been a heel most of his career, which is very true. And exact same moonset. I remember when he came into GCW, dude, me and you, B, were like, that's a face. That's a fucking face.
They're not going to boo him for long, we said.
Yeah, he had to work for it, though, and it wasn't until you started teaming him up with the good guys that people got him over to it. Because then, like, once Alec got over, now he can still be like I mean, he still uses the same insult, like, one more time, cause he's trash.
Right.
But everybody used to boo it. But now that he's teamed up with the good guys, people cheer it. It's just a matter of how you do it and who you do it to.
True. We also had Reed Harris Cooper saying Jack Cartwheel could go heel, and Screwball says, I think Jack Cartwheel as a cocky, conceited show-off heel could work.
I want evil Jack Cartwheel more than anything else.
Actually.
Jack Cartwheel for TOS. Give it to me.
Right into the veins.
Well, not to go too far away, but someone did ask earlier, where do we think Atticus and Mason, where do we think it's finally either first time going to come to a head or like what show? Because I would have thought LA Homecoming would have been kind of good, but it also makes sense. Those are big AC people.
I was going to say, I think they pop that off at like a big AC show, or it's got to be a bigger show because there's so many moving parts to it. Like, there's already like 6+ people involved. It's going to have to be something where it makes sense to just have like a gigantic blowout.
Yeah, because like what I originally was thinking of, but it just kind of happened. COS, Cage of Survival, but that's like a whole 9 more months away until next summer. So I don't know. Like, there's not any big. I mean, there's the Dream On show too.
I mean, there's Art of War Games, isn't there? There's that weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess it could fit in there to kind of.
I mean, it won't be the actual War Games match, but you could have a crazy match where it's just like. Because you've got GCW versus like Vandal 48 and whoever they recruit. Like, War Games would probably be that's the soonest big card. So maybe there.
Yeah, that would be a good idea too.
I'm WWE. I don't do shit like cartwheels.
Oh, dude, I'd start a riot personally.
Oh my god, he goes to do a cartwheel and then he flips everyone off. Oh yeah. You want me to go out here and be the little cartwheel guy for you guys? Fuck you. I'm Jack. Just Jack. After this match, Atticus decides to threaten Charles Mason, then grabs more skewers. The temperature goes back up in the room as Atticus stabs skewers into the bottom turnbuckle and then runs Starboy's head directly into him. And that's where we ended on that match.
Next match was JKM versus Brayden Toon.
Okay, first I want to talk about JKM because I think me and B for sure I know like him. Rollie, I think you've pretty much liked.
He wrestles a lot in the Southwest. AZ loves JKM.
Hell yeah. All right, JKM fans, both regional and national, have slowly been catching on to him. Trained by Gino Rivera, this was his 7th match at GCW. Like Mr. Danger, another young career with only 41 matches under his belt. Something about him makes you want to push for him. Young, skinny dude, lots of heart, and he wants to make it. I appreciate all that. And that's what our podcast is here for people like that to work their ass off and hopefully see success. Brayden Toon. I spoke to Brayden for only a short amount of time on Saturday at Homecoming. I really do hope to speak to him again soon. Very nice guy. As far as I could tell, he was still available from this show up to the Saturday show. And I was hoping for a little scramble. It just didn't happen. Same thing. I noticed in this match, you could tell that initially the Mesa fans were not fully familiar with him, but I was kind of hoping that he won them over. Luckily, he did here. For me, this was probably the first time hearing Ethan Lawmaster on commentary. Excellent job, verbose. He does speak a touch fast on his like shorter words. He's but he's, to me, old school sharp. A spitfire talker. but without the sing-song cadence. So he's going like this, and he's talking. But if he went like this, and he's saying like, if he really did the sing-songy, he has a possible kind of cadence there. I can tell he has a good brain, and if he continues, he definitely has a bright future in pro wrestling. This was an athletic match, a quality match, especially for two younger wrestlers. I finally heard some Toon chants. Several times the fans also had GCW chants. Our winner here, JKM, with a 450 splash for 3. Also, congratulations. That was JKM's first win at GCW. And same thing, fans were pounding the ring again. It was just quality matches.
Oh, yeah.
What were you thinking, Rollie?
Honestly, it was in talking with a lot of people, apart from obviously what we're going to exclude the main event, but the other favorite match that a lot of people said besides Mathers and Ora that I talked to, a lot of people actually rated this one super high, and I agree. Like, it was, I'm obviously familiar with Brayden Toon. I watch a lot of GCW, been watching JCW for years, so like I knew him since like way back on the Young Dumb and Broke run, and it was cool to see him immediately get over. JKM's known out here, but to like a lot of the GCW crowd, the newer ones, they might not even been familiar with him. So everybody just kind of started cheering for everybody. I want to shout out Ethan Lawmaster. He's local to out here. He is super young. I'm talking like real early 20s. Kid shows up. He builds the ring. He tears down. He cleans. And now he's starting to come into his own. He's done some announcing for the previous GCW show, like Prestige, like kind of all around the West Coast. And it's been cool to see him working his ass off and finding his own. Because I agree, he's got a sharp mind for wrestling. He's dialing his voice in. Sometimes he can be a little shouty, a little too fast, but like he's very new to it. And he's stepping in with dudes like Jordan Castle. He's sitting in with Emil, like people who know what they're doing on commentary, and he's holding his own. It's really cool to see. Shout out to Ethan.
And right there, Matt said it too. Just like Jay-Z, he's got all the words, just needs to govern the fire rate.
Yep.
Yeah, man. I'm dead serious. I see good things for the kid in the future. Again, I'm in my 40s. He's a kid to me, but yeah, the young man has a fantastic future. Yep. I'm now realizing, Rollie, he was on the show we saw before in Phoenix. So
yep.
I'm pretty sure.
I think he only did one match that night. So he even did more this night. So even within just this stuff, he's growing. Yeah, shout out Pride Style. Like, he kills it at Pride Style in Vegas. Like,
Pride Style.
He's a good kid. He works his ass off. So I hope nothing but the best for Ethan.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah. So I originally just my first. I was driving in Saturday to LA, and I listened to the Phoenix show, and then I came back last night and watched it. But listening to the show, commentary killed it all night. And like I said at first too, like, who's this like new person? It did sound different, but we've heard so many names. Like, I'm even starting to get kind of Manawa and Nick Knowledge a little confused, like just on voice. I'm like, they all started sounding the same to me. So it did sound like a new voice, but I was like, yeah, he's very good with the words. But as you said, Rollie, it's a tough spot to be just thrown in and be very good at it. So I think just like Jordan Castle, we were rough on him at the beginning. Kind of like, he's knowledgeable, he's got the energy. I like he's got the kind of character already for it, but he just was like didn't have the GCW kind of feel to it, and he's grown into one of our best announcers, and I look forward to hearing him. And now I kind of want to hear I'm sorry, what was the name of Ethan, right?
Ethan Lawmaster.
Yeah, Lawmaster, that's what it was.
Yep.
I want to hear Ethan kind of grow, and like I would like to continue to hear him get more matches in Phoenix and maybe some more West Coast shows, because the energy was there, the words were there. Just I think he'll find the how he fits in with GCW with more experience.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
real fast. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say back, like, as far as the match, my only thing that I had to add is like it was a quick match, like minutes wise, but it didn't feel like one. Like, they built up, they ramped up, everybody did their thing, both got over, and it felt like a good match. It gave both people more mileage, you know, it put both wrestlers over. A lot of people were talking to both of them after the show, so they did a lot with like 7 minutes of time. So it was cool. Great match.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of felt like they kind of felt like a dry push out there for Brayden Toon. Like, it felt like they're not familiar with him. And I think that's one of those, like, matches where you got 6 minutes to showcase yourself to a new crowd and get over. And JKM already being over, and Brayden, I think their chemistry fit kind of well as someone. Yeah, here we go. The creativity from both of them was awesome. That's one thing we always talk about Brayden Toon, and especially JKM, especially the energy for JKM. For me, I love the energy that he brings. But it felt like a 6-minute speed match. Like, you just get your shit in, let's get to the final. But like, it all hit perfectly, and I thought it was a good quick match, and I'm glad to hear that, as you said, Rollie, both of them got over, because I was kind of, it felt at first like Brayden Toon didn't get the ovation that he did, but by the end of the match, it seemed like he got a good reception.
Yep.
So to hear that they both
everybody out of
got talked to a lot was awesome.
Yep, everybody out of their seat pounding the mat, and they didn't do that for every match. They did it for that one because they just put it all out there.
Yep. I gotta save John a third time tonight.
Come on, John. What are we doing over here?
Nah.
I have nothing to say, man. I'm doing good
my
right
bad,
now.
My bad. All right. Our next one was Mance Warner versus Rob Shit.
I liked my bigger sized wrestlers, and here we are. These two put on the hardcore match that I'm here for. With Mance Warner, he's become one of the kings of hardcore matches. I miss the screwdriver, but maybe that's the point. When it comes back, we pop. Rob Shit, another West Coast staple. I've said it before. He's solid, always does the job. He's growing the hair back, and like Teriyaki and Samson, his hair is his power. Mance said Rob's last name is Shit, and people call Mance a shithead. They grab beers, they do the cheers, and they start drinking. That's when Mance hits Rob from behind and says, "Ring the bell. I've always been a piece of shit." It was a brawl around the ring, ECW style. We get an impromptu tour of the Nile Theatre. I love the brick mixed with the black walls. Oh, wrote that in there. There were some stiff chair shots that echoed in the Nile. Manser worked Rob's injured knee. Rob slipped off the top turnbuckle and somewhat ate shit. Mance answered with a chair shot across the back. Mance then eventually put Rob through that elusive door and delivered a picture-perfect Snuka-style splash. Mance grabs Rob from the top rope and suplexes him through a door bridge. Fans are pounding the ring. Both are beating each other with half chunks of door. Everyone, thoughts on fans chanting CTE while wrestlers are hitting each other in the head? What do you think?
I mean,
I don't like it.
I don't know what,
I don't
know what Rob's skull is made out of, but like, God bless him. Like, it's got to be made out of like adamantium, because I've seen that man take some unholy headshots, and he's still just the nicest dude on earth and totally functional. So like, what do I know? Yeah.
Dude, our winner in this one was Mance Warner with a knee pad up and a knee pad down and a knee to the face. He covers for 3. Boom. Again, fans pounding the match for this match. I would like to make it, I don't want to make it sound like same old, but the matches were that damn good.
They were great. Mance is very over, but I can't speak to other territories. But Rob Shit specifically is crazy over in the Nile. People love him. People were chanting. Like, the second Mance goes, "Mr. Shit," like, everybody is into it. Like, it was just a fun brawl. Like, what more can you ask for? One thing where I do want to give Rob a little more props is, like, if you look, he did it in the match when he wrestled Masha last time too. I think some of those like slips are intentional, kind of like how Sabu does it. So you're like, what's he doing? But then if you look, the setup for the Snuka splash, he backs in and he easily climbs all to the way to the top, and he does it without touching the top rope. He just stands up. Like, Rob can wrestle incredibly well, but sometimes his character needs to look like he can't, and I think there's a little bit more psychology going on with Rob's wrestling than a lot of people give him credit for or realize.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a couple conversations with him.
Yep.
Sorry, bud.
No, I was just saying, I'm the one. I'll be guilty of that right there until what you just said. I never think he would be doing that, but it makes sense for his character.
Yeah, watch the match back. I didn't even notice it until my girlfriend pointed it out. He backs up for the Snuka splash. He hops up to the second one, and then he no-handed one at a time steps up to the very top, sets himself, and then splashes. It's like, Rob knows what he's up to. Because, like, he'll be like the wild man character, but when he needs to lock in, it's like, oh, there's some, like, crazy exploder suplex out of nowhere. That's right. Rob can wrestle.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
he's done some good work.
When we've seen it, we've always enjoyed it and kind of been shocked by it. For me, I I want to go back to where to go. Manny right here. I don't think he's being a fan favorite. I think he's kind of as he did it with man like Dereiss. I think it was Castle that brought it up on commentary, try to win over and psychologically trick his opponents. He's just been kind of using the fan favorite love to get in the opponent's head. But it's Mance. We all love him. He's not throwing hats right now. When he starts throwing hats and everything, that's when we'll start messing with him and start booing him again, I think.
I mean, he's still a fucker. You can see it, and like, not everybody might have noticed it on the camera, but when they're wrestling over on the side, he starts slapping people's phones out of their hands. Like, he's still Mancer. Yeah, like he just smacks them straight out of people's hands onto the ground. Like, he's not evil, but he's just a shyster right now.
Just a shithead, just like you said.
Yeah, always been a piece of shit, baby.
Right there. No. You were actually getting to the part here. Dezo, have not seen in just a little while. We always see him over in Effie's chat. What's good? Love the pre-show. Thank you so much. We were going to talk about that here really soon.
I just wanted to shout him out too real fast before he goes to bed, man. That's why I wanted to hit him up real fast. Thank you for the chat, man.
No lie, thank you so much. Our feedback has been immense, and a lot of people watched it by our standards, and we just want to say thank you. Brett was extremely happy with it. And before I had a chance to ask his opinion, he asked us to do it again. So December 6th, we will be doing it again. I'll be staying in town beforehand. I'm not just going to truck in and go straight to the show. So I'm actually going to stay. We're going to get some pre-tapes done. I have a drone. I'm going to see if I can maybe drone the UCC inside and out.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, no. I mean, I hope for a lot of things.
You're not gonna have time. You gotta go to the Ultraviolet Wrestling fucking championship or whatever.
Shit, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
I think we're good in December. The World's Collide is January.
Oh, okay, we're good. Never mind. You're good, John.
What if that's legit though? I'm gonna be pissed, man. If I wanted to go to World's Collide out here. I didn't even realize there was so much wrestling going on. Like I wanted to go to World's Collide when I was out here in Vegas, but I totally spaced it out.
Green Cane, good to see
real fast,
ZMZO.
Shout out Mance showing up on NXT tonight, man. That's awesome. And Cardona.
Yep.
There it is.
Spoiler alert, man. We gotta save some fun stuff for the show.
It's something I'm working on though. My son has a drone. We can shoot it in HD. It'd be perfect. And then load it into StreamYard here where we are and just shoot that across to fans. I think it'd be fun. And I'm hoping to get little 1-2 minute snippets of interviews pre-taped. We could get those loaded and then have some live people. I hope everybody enjoyed it. That was 40 minutes long and we had a lot of people coming to the table to talk to us.
You guys should use the drone to like take a light tube into somebody.
Oh, you're so fucking wrong.
Alert, man.
You are so fucking wrong.
God damn it.
And then they're going to be like, who's the drone master?
Yeah. Gusset drone just flies into somebody.
Gusset drone.
Oh my God, dude. You're coming up with the 2026 ideas.
Or just drone a beer. Drone a beer to Mancer, I think would be kind of fun.
That's what needed to be done in LA when he was looking. Someone handed him a White Claw. He's like, get this shit out of here. That was the funniest thing. He was trying to drink with a bear.
That's totally West Coast. Have a White Claw, bro. Yes.
I'm gonna shamelessly shill here. If you want us on Art of War Games, bug Brett. We tell him to get us out there for War Games. I want to do one for War Games. That'd be fun. Manny, I don't like that idea though, man. I definitely don't like Manny's idea.
What's that? That we all need KJ and B segment during.
No, we're good.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. That interview was great, and you hit him head on with a lot of great questions. And then he said, tell me that you think I'm going to lose. And you looked at him straight in his fucking eyes and said, you're going to lose. And you fucking broke him. And you broke him just for a minute. And then he jumped back in character. And I laughed my ass off seeing that. Yeah, the drone catcher.
That was hysterical.
We'll have fox catcher and drone catcher. God. That is great.
All right, back to Arizona. Sorry, Rollie. We had too much fun there. Dude, that's the best ideas ever, though. Is the gusset drone and light tube drone.
Fucking
we'll get to some of my dumbass ideas once we get to the main event.
I don't know, but you had a couple. You've been good on that, man. Thank you so much
you've been
for
great
on here, dude. Next match, a great rerun of GCW in San Francisco. Jordan Oliver versus Jack Cartwheel. Hey, Ishmael, come down there.
Ishmael getting mad. He's like, he should have slapped you. I think KJ wanted to, but he doesn't want to get in trouble. He's got a good budding career ahead of him there. Okay, so Jordan Oliver versus Jack Cartwheel. This is a match featuring two future stars who have just started their TV journeys and are on the rise. Jordan has been seen recently on ROH. He's earned that title shot, honestly, and truly hope he makes the most of it. Jack Cartwheel, a part of the WWE ID program, looks fantastic, and unfortunately, we have to also start counting the days until he's gone. This was a fast-paced, athletic matchup. It's like they were told to have a solid wrestling match, no GCW games, no blood, no weapons, just pure wrestling, and that's exactly what they had. They went 14 minutes. It was an incredible back and forth. Our winner here, Jordan Oliver. I wrote in my follow-up, quality match, and the enthusiastic fans were there to push them the whole time. So they did their job, the fans did their job, and I think it was a nice symbiotic relationship, and it was a perfect storm.
I honestly think putting it between Mance and Rob in the main event was also really smart booking, because it's like, you nailed it exactly. It's like, hey, taking a break from GCW nonsense so we don't burn y'all out. And like right here is just two young wrestlers at the top of their game, just like Oro and Mathers. And they just got out there and put on a clinic. It was an incredible match. It was everything you wanted to see out of both of them.
Yeah, and that was a great call by you guys. Perfect spot on the card to have that match. I think it was, as you said, Oro and Mathers was your match earlier. For me, I thought this was I was more excited than this one, obviously. Jordan,
weird. You being stoked on the Jordan Oliver match? I would have never.
No offense there, but yeah, I was a little bit more stoked for this one. And here's why. I wanted to see that Orange Crush maneuver being performed again in Arizona, like how it was in California. And I love how I got it and the creative way they got there compared to how they did last time. I loved it. I got everything I wanted from this match here. Ishmael, there's one thing I agree with you here. If he's not going to be going after those GCW World Tag titles soon, I would love to see him go get a shot at the world title. It's been a minute since he's had a chance to, and now that he's healthy and shown he's fully healthy and running good, I definitely think he deserves a shot.
Yeah, great call on the creativity too, because both of these dudes can wrestle, but it wasn't just like, oh, here's the same Jordan Oliver and Jack Cartwheel moves you see every time. Sure, you got them, but you got them in new ways. And yeah, no, I totally lapsed on that, but great call. Pure graphs, yes, sir.
Matthew, go fuck yourself. Okay, KJ, I just repeated what was said. That doesn't mean I mean it. Don't give me the B treatment here.
Come on now.
But yeah, JJ was right there when we were semi-producing that little segment. I was hoping he enjoyed that. Toss a hug there. He was talking to my wife. He was just talking to my son. So good dude. Good dude. Hopefully we see him next time.
Our chat is a little crazy, Reed.
Our chat is great. You know, yeah, he said some of you. Well, you know what? I think what's happened is we've just gotten more viewers, gotten a little bigger. So as that happens, more people come in. I say, unless you're crazy, welcome. This is for GCW fans. So, I mean, if you're a fan, it'll show. If you're not a fan, this is a shitty place for you to be.
All right, that will lead us into our main event, as it was Bear Bronson and Matt Tremont going against Dr. Janela as Dr. Redacted team with Joey Janela.
It's like a surgeon. Thank you.
There you go. My fault.
All right, here. This was a 2v2 match, chaotic and fun, and added a lot to the excitement. We had chairs, doors, gusset labubu's, trash cans, thumbtack paddles, and an ironing board. Bear was probably the most intimidating deathmatch team you could find that weekend. You can tell they enjoy working with each other. Bear chants were prevalent throughout the match. Joey was in scrubs. That had me dying. It's a good look, and it was cool that he leaned into it. Redacted regarding Bear, he yelled, "He's big." Bear was so big, Redacted did his run and roll into Bear, where he kind of sits Bear in a chair and then runs across the venue into him. And instead of knocking him over, you literally see Redacted's body roll up him and over. The chair throwing fight was really fun. There was a lot of chairs being thrown. Then out came the doors. By this time, the first few rows of every side of the ring had been destroyed. Commentary was heavily putting over Redacted's work ethic. I think that's well deserved. Moments after that, Redacted took a chest full of about 75 to 100 taxes stuck into him. Emil said he looked like a decorated war veteran. Redacted and Janela put Bear through an ironing board, completely flattening it. Bear stacked both Redacted and Janela on his shoulders, and then Samoa dropped both through a door bridge. There was a great spot where Janela and Redacted throw Bear into Tremont, and they both go through a door. That's when we get the Nile special, the Gusset Labubu's. We had Labubu chants from the Phoenix crowd. Everyone has one stuck in their head at some point. Redacted trash can splash from the top rope, GCW chants breakout. Tremont initiated the sit down fist fight. It's really fun to watch 4 people beating the shit out of each other at one time. Joey had Bear on the top rope and threw him through a bunch of chairs below. We had a Sabu style air Redacted. Tremont goes to the back and brings out a door covered in barbed wire. Bear press slammed Redacted through it. He was stuck to the barbed wire. That kind of stunk. Tremont hits a huge splash from the top rope and covers for 3. Our winner, the first time team ever of Bear Dozer. I wrote in my follow-up, this makes me want more tag team hardcore and death matches, especially as main events. They're chaotic. Sometimes I feel like I'm missing some things having to look at 2 different spots, but it's still so damn exciting. You just feel like you're part of the action. The show was closed with an awesome highlight reel of more important moments that'll be happening at the UCC. So yeah, what did you guys think about this match?
Real fast, Rollie, I'm going to cut you off. John,
Yeah,
one thing that could help with missing the action for us, like as fans on watching it, a Game Changer World sponsored the split screen. We can't do the SGC split screen no more. We got to get this. The split screens are awesome though. Like I kind of like in those death matches when you're messing out. Those split screens are so key, and I wish they would bring those back a little bit more than what we have been getting from them as of late.
Ash, John Ash is the one you want to target on that one, sir.
I'm not targeting. I'm just asking selfishly.
Yeah.
No,
even
fuck that. We're targeting him.
crazy.
What's that, Rollie? I'm so sorry, sir.
No, you're good, man. I was gonna say even in person, it's a lot of shit to figure out what's going on. But yeah, no, it's fun. It's chaotic.
It's a lot for the bouncers and it's a lot for security too. They have to have their heads on a swivel in 2 different piles of men fighting.
Don't I know it? Yeah, like it was incredible, but I didn't really watch the match. I didn't watch the match itself until earlier today because, like, as a venue manager, the whole time you're just like, please don't hit the goddamn lights. Please don't break anything you're not supposed to, or a patron. But to be fair, all 4 dudes are incredible. They asked me beforehand. They're like, hey, what's off limits? What can we do? Like, incredibly respectful. I've known Redacted on a personal level for some time now. Tremont was super gracious. Bronson was awesome. Janela's always great. And, like, they went absolutely ape shit, but at no point crossed the line on, like, a venue side. So, like, I can't ask for more than that. And it was incredible.
You just cut the legs out from under me because I was going to read my rolling question. What was the damage done to the Nile after that main event?
Honestly, they only had to replace 10 chairs, which like is pretty impressive that that's all that was broken. Because like we were standing in the back, we're just like, oh Jesus fucking Christ! But yeah, we only had to replace 10 chairs. Everything else was fine, and like our room was already preset. We had a full music backline on the stage for the fest, so like if anything got damaged, it would have been like a very big deal, but they were awesome about it. Bear Bronson was great. So to kind of go back to their entrances, Nile's a hardcore venue. Normally when Redacted comes out, he comes out to a song by the hardcore band 6 Foot Ditch. The crowd pops for that. When Bronson came out to Kublai Khan, you can hear it. The whole crowd starts singing the song because like we're a hardcore venue. And then when Tremont came out, it was his first time in Arizona. People were singing separate ways so loudly, it started clipping on the stream. Like, it was deafening in that room. So, like, people showed up. They knew what was up. It was dope. The Gusset Labubus were one of the most insane things. I personally made those. It was my girlfriend's idea. And then my friend Callie made the thumbtack pickleball paddles. I got everything that they asked for at Goodwill and Dollar Tree earlier that day. And yeah, it was bonkers. It was an absolutely crazy match. It had everything you could ask for. And it kind of, in a weird way, really solidified my opinion that Joey Janela is on my all-time Mount Rushmore of wrestlers because he can get slotted into any kind of match and it immediately works. Do you need deathmatch, Joey? cool. Do you want him to be over Deathmatch Joey? Do you want him to be evil Deathmatch Joey? Like, he'll need him in a lucha match. Like, it doesn't matter. Joey just can do it, man.
Yeah, that's a great shout out. I always shout out a lot of wrestlers for their versatility, and Joey's one name I don't think I ever bring up doing that. And yeah, I got to fix that. Yeah, that was a great call. He's no matter what the match is, whatever heel, face, death match, non-death match, comedy, 20-minute classic, 60 minutes, whatever you want, he could do everything.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great
Throw him
call
on
there,
commentary. Like, there's nothing that he can't do and get over. Yeah, and I think he's got to be talked about the all-timer conversation for that alone.
True.
Yep.
True.
I'll take that one. I do not disrespect, but disservice Joey when it comes to those conversations. He's a name I leave out a lot when it comes to greats in GCW, but also versatility.
GCW Mount Rushmore over here for Janela.
Easily. And I also got to say, a lot of death matches typically aren't that long. This was a long match. These dudes put it all out there.
Yeah.
Like, what was it? Probably 14 plus minutes. Like, that, I don't have the time. That's a long,
I'm gonna look it up real quick.
Death match. Yeah. And like, it didn't really click until like partway through. I'm like, oh, these dudes are going for it. It's not just like big spot, let's wrap it up. Like, they all put it out there. And like, Tremont got his flowers. He got his respect. Everybody walked out of it looking awesome. It was incredible.
24 minutes and 36 seconds.
Dude, that's a long death match. And there wasn't like dead time, just like, oh, they're building door bridges. Like, if something like slipped, they would just start sabooing chairs and just making it happen. Like, it was an awesome match.
And I want to shout out too, big step up here for like Redacted, Bear Bronson. They're showing like how useful and valuable they are in GCW, because they've been main eventing show after show every time they've been in GCW, and they fit in kind of like as the young guns against two names on the Mount Rushmore. There were Tremont and Joey, and they stepped up to play back. You could honestly say probably the crowd is more into them because of their rise right now in GCW. Then it is also getting the cool factor of getting Matt Tremont in Arizona for the first time.
I think it was Jordan Castle on commentary he pointed something out that I didn't really notice. Like, obviously, like Matt Tremont, Bear Bronson was like a huge moment for Bear Bronson, but Joey Janela was also the huge first test for Redacted too. So I didn't really make that connection, but it was pretty cool where it's like each of them kind of had their in somewhere like prodigies who they put their name out for, and it was like it was a really cool matchup, even like on a historical level for GCW. So it felt good.
I think that was Castle, because that was one of the best things I heard on commentary. As you said, the interact, why they're tag teaming and everything. It was very cool. Yeah, Redacted, I think he had his kind of coming out party, what they said at Till Infinity on New Year's against Joey. So, and obviously Bear and Tremont at what was that? Not TOS.
It was like a month ago.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. But yeah, that was a great call too. Great memory, because I'd have been so mad at myself if I didn't make comment of that. So thank you for that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, what'd you think, John? What's your take? I know you're a deathmatch guy like the rest of those freaks. What'd you like? Do you like it? The deliver?
Dude, I freaking love it. Okay, so I'm a big fan of hardcore matches. I'm a big fan of ultra-violent matches. B and some of the early listeners know that I used to do death matches minute by minute. I'd be like minute 11. Janela
Rollie knows all about it.
I remember. I've been watching since like episode 4, I think.
Yeah,
That's
you're
how
a fucking
catch
OG,
up on
bro.
the shows, man.
He's an OG. Yeah, man. So I mean, for me, I've tried to really I've tried to put a spotlight on that as much as possible. I also know that, you know, TV wise, deathmatch wrestlers aren't going to be on WWE unless there's another, you know, revival ECW wise. And we want to, you know, so I mean, deathmatch wrestling is really at the heart of independent wrestling. So for me, I feel like they really go hand in hand. GCW encompasses independent wrestling. I feel like natural fit. I could see that ever since Effie's had the world title, I feel like Matt Tremont has really taken over the main event. And I'm really a big fan of a violent way to send everybody home, because let's be honest, a lot of us are here for the fucking violence, you know,
psychos.
Yeah, we're sick. So I mean, I look at it like that. If hardcore or deathmatch wrestling or ultraviolent wrestling, whatever you may want to call it, went away from GCW, I would have a hard time watching GCW in full just for the wrestling alone.
I think it's
Nothing against the wrestling.
No, it's part of its identity and DNA. And I mean, even I got to give Effie a lot of credit on this run. He's been a fighting champ, but that includes like a shitload of death and hardcore. Like Effie had Slade in the mix. Like Effie's been through it with this run. And I know in the past sometimes where it's just like, yeah, this person like Moxley, it's like he just kind of like has the title, but like not Effie, man. And whether that's death, hardcore, like technical wrestling, I think it's ingrained in what GCW is. You know, you're always going to have some degree of that regardless.
34 title defenses across, as much as I can count, at least 10 companies.
Yeah. Gnarly.
Over 248 days.
That's a crazy work rate. It really is.
Yeah. Yeah. So I wanted to mention that real quick because holy hell. That is a tremendous. He's also the 28th title holder of the GCW World Championship.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's okay. So here's the other thing to remember for fans. Matt Tremont and Effie both won their championships at Hammerstein. So if you can remember like how long one's been holding, you'll remember how long the other's been holding.
Yep.
So
handy.
Yeah, Effie's situation, like I was saying, there what 34 matches. And then if I went over to Tremont, I could see that he probably has another defense or two more than Effie because Effie's kind of, been injured and sitting out.
Dude, I gotta put a lot of respect on Tremont for that too, because like the UV title, obviously there's been times where it's out of the country or like it's hard to have a high work rate with deathmatch. And that's one thing I think a lot of people don't understand or always respect, where it's like, oh, we want to see the title out there more. It's like, hey man, if you have a hard match, it might take you a couple weeks to recover and do that again. Like there's not typically like a long shelf life for death matchers. And like even small things can happen in a match. Like I was talking to Redacted after the match. I was like, how you doing? He said the worst thing that happened to him that match, and you can see it on the replay, when he throws the ironing board, it ricochets and a steel frame hit him just below the eye and rocked his shit. Like even
he had a black
something
eye
like
the next day.
Yeah, even something like seemingly minor like that, like it fucks these dudes up. So to have as many defenses as there are, like it's crazy what Tremont's done on this run, man. He really shoved it back into the spotlight because I was worried because typically Tremont doesn't travel a lot. So like even when he came out to Collective, that was a huge deal for me. That's one of the biggest things I was excited for. But like the dude has put on banger after banger. I think he defended it 3 times this weekend. That's nuts.
And that's something that we all were worried about him getting the belt. Are we going to ever see that belt defended out west? Like, so we got a UV title that we're never going to see defended, and that's not going to be fun. But he said he shut all the haters up and has had like kind of the run of his life right now in GCW. It's been awesome to see.
And I mean, we don't typically see the UV title out here very often. The only time I ever saw it in person was during a tag match. It wasn't even on the line. It's I think when I met you guys. Whereas Alex Colon and Murdoch as the Mega Bastards tagging in Vegas. But like, I don't think I've ever personally seen it on the line out here since I've started going. So yeah, no, it was cool. And like when he walked in, like the energy shifted. Like people knew it was a big deal. And like seeing the UV title in the Nile, like that has been a goal of mine since I first got GCW at the Nile. And like it felt insane just seeing it in person on the merch table. And like we had Gage in the Nile. We had Tremont in the Nile. Like, it's just been a legendary run. And it was an honor to have it there. It was really, really cool.
Well, we were getting ready to kind of go into something a little bit there. So there have been, I believe, 10 title holders of the GCW Ultraviolent Championship. Mm-hmm. The top holder at the time before Tremont was Rina Yamashita at 21 wins. The tying win, the 21st win for Matt Tremont, was at the Nile. The win that put him over, his 22nd win was in LA, and his 23rd win was at JCW this weekend. So yeah, you got to see the true tying win in the Nile. And then amazingly, the record broken at the UCC, and I'm really surprised commentary didn't put that over more.
Also, it's crazy that you wrestled in Arizona, LA, and then like fucking New Jersey in the same week, and like, good lord.
Some of these wrestlers are insane. That's for sure.
Yeah, brother.
Was there anything else you wanted to talk about, B or Rollie, about the Nile or about this show?
I mean, I just want to shout out everybody involved, from the camera folks, like the local ones, the touring ones, like everybody is an absolute blast to work with. We've done our absolute best to build like a good, solid, respectful fan base. Like, people know they can show up and get rowdy, but keep your shit together. Otherwise we'll show you the door. We've only had to kick out like 3 people in 5 shows, but it's like, hey, like you're not the show. People aren't paying to see you get rowdy. They're paying to see the people in the ring. Like, the end. And
I said that after the first show. Sorry to cut you off. I said that after the first show at Nile. That was the most electric crowd I've been in, but the most respectful crowd I've been in for fans of each other.
I'll double, triple, quadruple that. One of the best places I've ever been to for an atmosphere that I feel like I could take my family to and still get the GCW style wrestling. I feel like my wife and kids could go to the restroom there without, you know what I mean? I feel like that's a place that, yeah, man, it feels like a place I could consider home if I were a little closer.
I think it's also about being cognizant of both the product that's in the room as well as newcomers. Like, there was a group there that was like 3 people and then like a really young, like 4-year-old, and they were in row 2 in a side where I knew there were going to be a lot of spots. So I was like, hey, how about I bump you guys up to the stage? Let's sit up here. This is going to be really active for the little guy. So we bump them up, and then they're like, hey, thanks, man. I'm like, yeah, that's totally fine, because it's going to get bonkers down there, and it's probably not the place for him, you know, because like, that's what's important, you know, and they might not know that, but we do. So let's let them experience it in a safe way. You know, it's like, if you're like 14, 15, cool, I'll just give you the heads up. It's up to y'all at that point, but it's cool. They've been a pleasure to work with. I hope I can do it again soon. We're working on a date in the future. And yeah, man, it was awesome. Shout out the whole team for putting our fest over. Emil, Ethan, Jordan all talked about it, and it was an awesome way to set it off for the weekend.
Awesome, man. It's good to hear. Yeah, I got to make it. I was going to ask. I didn't hear any announcement, I don't think, on the show, but no announcement for Arizona yet. But when it's made, I definitely got to make it. Try to make it out there. As we said, it's hopefully got to be a Saturday night show or a weekend show.
I should have that answer real soon, and I'll text you guys both as soon as I do.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Rollie, thank you so much for your time here, giving us all the knowledge here from the Nile. And yeah, can't wait to see you again. Thank you so much again, man. You were amazing tonight.
Yep, anytime. Love y'all. Shout out GCW, Arizona Hardcore, and everybody that did all this weekend. Thanks, guys.
Rollie, thank you, sir. We really do appreciate you. Send our best to the miss, and we hope to see you soon, man.
Hey, Matt, I see that comment. That sounds awesome, man. I remember talking to you. Thanks, dude. Good to see you in the comments too.
Awesome.
It's a family, brother. It's a family around here.
Right on. Later, guys.
Have a good one, man.
Take it easy, man.
All right, here. Dude, that's
funny that like I actually have some praise for LA coming up later too about the crowd. It was like I was kind of also one of the best LA crowds. I was able to move around easily without having a lot of people drinking and everything else around me and knocking into me. The LA crowd's gotten a lot better as well, and still keeping the LA energy for sure. I kind of helped out a little bit, like how Rollie was saying with that crowd. I helped out 2 people, like they were kind of trying to find their seats during the first match, and like they couldn't read they had a little trouble reading their ticket, but I saw they were looking for help. I saw them walk all the way around the whole venue, come back, and they're like, we still didn't find our seats. I'm like, hey, can I help you guys out? So like they showed me where it was like 5th row, so I had to hop on stage to hunt their seats out. But yeah, as you said, it's family. I think they were new fans. They seemed like new wrestling kind of fans. Just wanted to chill in and see what was going on. But by the end of the night, yeah, they were walking by me. They said thank you for the help, and they had fun at the show. So yeah, it was kind of cool. The family kind of vibe here. in GCW shows. But I think it really starts off. I first saw it at the Nile for the first time, so it's nice to see it kind of catch on.
Hell yes. Should we maybe consider, like, I think Screwball was saying, maybe do a cookie here just as because we're an hour and 40 in and everybody gets a small bathroom break or something then.
Yep, we're gonna do a cookie. Then I told Screwball I'll send him a leak. We're gonna cover the preview show real fast, and then when we start talking about the action in LA, we'll hop Screwball in here.
That sounds fantastic, man. If everybody'd like to stick around, we're just gonna do a quick 3-minute break here. Everybody kind of just refresh or drink, whatever, stretch. We are about to go into a thick second half of the show. See you in just a minute.
All right. So we are gonna cover first our GCW LA Homecoming preview show. And first and foremost, thank you all so much, fans, everyone that hopped in. It was fun. It wasn't as clean and as smooth as we would hoped, but I don't think we could have asked for anything better from the fans that showed up that day. Everyone that helped us out, your family, Steph, Owen, Drew was fucking amazing. So key at so many spots and things that we didn't think of. But yeah, I don't know if I'll let you go ahead. I'm stealing all your things here.
No, not at all. First thing I want to say, Havoc, you said you're upset you missed it. No sweat, TJ. It's on YouTube. You can just look it up. It's with all the other ones. Let's see here. KJ didn't kill you pre-show. So if Bede died, the pre-show would have been just awesome, according to Reed Harris Cooper. Okay, so there we go. Good to know. Reed Harris Cooper wants Bede dead. We'll just throw that one on there with all the others. Frankie here. Well done on that, guys. Hopefully we can scrounge something like that together out in AC one day. I really, really hope so. One of our goals was to do a pre-show. I asked about it. We were given the opportunity. I'll repeat myself like I said on the pre-show. We were given that opportunity. Brett believes in us, and we're very fortunate for that, I think is the great way to put it. And I also want people to know that Brett does keep the spirit of independent together. I mean, we're just fans. Look at us. We're doing our thing, and he doesn't have to put us on. He could find someone else to do it, or, the Triller people have two guys that don't know much about GCW they could put on. It's more about substance. It's more about it's more about the fans. We need fans. So yes, thank you so much. JJ was there live to see it all go down. But yeah, honestly, we brought everything in. We're just happy all the cords were there. Everything was working. We're happy we didn't drop a feed. We were running off of the UCC feed. They were wonderful. Ash was there to make sure if we needed anything to help us whatsoever. I feel terrible because he has his own large production, and I'm over here going, hey, how do I do this? Luckily, we didn't really have any problems at all. I think a lot of it was you and I just tried to prepare as much as we could. And again, that was our first try. When we go back this next try, we know what we want now. We know how to do it now, and we're going to do it better. B and I both wanted a table maybe on the stage or maybe on the floor somewhere where we'd be able to kind of interact. And then we were told to go outside, and I'm like, but then I went, holy shit, this is a great spot. We were talking and seeing, oh my God, the place was alive. The only thing I will tell everyone, I'm so sorry about the beeping. Those are from the security ones. I tried my ass off. If you see me looking
shout
left
out
constantly,
UCC security, man, doing their jobs, keeping us safe. Thank you.
But yeah, if you see me looking down and to the left during the entire time, that's because I was actively working a huge soundboard trying to get the traffic, the fan noise, and the beeping to stop, but
and
still allow
me when I said some bad things.
Yeah. When Brant was threatening the government, we made sure that we didn't let that go across the airwaves. No, yeah, thank you to Sam Stackhouse for being able to step out for just a little bit and give us a quick interview. That was my first ever interview period. And I looked back on it and I said, my name is John. I'm here at yada yada. And I should have said, I'm here with Sam Stackhouse, but Sam's just standing there waiting for me to say something. And you go, and you have Sam with you, John. And you're like, yes, I have Sam with me. It was two amateurs figuring out everything for their first time. And I feel like we did all right. I went back and watched the show. The atmosphere was just as good as I was hoping for. That party fun vibe where wrestlers and owners can just jump in and start talking. That was there. We encompassed about 90% of what we were trying to encompass, but there's a lot more we see that we can do now that we know that it's available to us. Yeah, we're going to see what happens, man. I want to get to the parking lot. There were requests to get to the parking lot. I wanted to, but this was our first time and we were just trying to, but now I'm not worried. I have a setup. We're going to go out there next time and we'll try to keep it a little safe. So in case someone doesn't want to be on camera, they don't have to. If people are standing in line, I might just go through and work the line, talk to people where they're from, who they want to see tonight. What's their favorite Burger King menu item. We'll just go through it all.
Do the perch speech as he's giving us the wristbands. That's what he always does. Every single person he's asked. Like, that's what purchase makes. Everybody feels welcome too in the line, handing out the wristbands and asking them, what are you here for? Getting to know them and learning about the fans and what we're interested in. That would be fun to kind of play off as well in our show. But as you said, I know some people don't want to be shown on things. That's what always my apprehension is, the people that don't want to be shown.
Yeah, I just don't want to fuck up anyone's privacy. I want to show everybody what happens at the UCC, but I want to show everybody what happens without compromising anyone's privacy. So, yeah. But okay, what else did I want to talk about that? Yeah, we are going to be doing it again in December. Like I said, we were asked. Plans for live and pre-taped interviews are going to be going down, and yeah, we'll just see what happens. We met a ton of listeners at the show. These are our friends in wrestling. It was awesome to meet all of you. And without going into, quite a few names, just next time you see us, say hi again. There's a lot of people I've met over and over and over. And it's like, dude, I saw you 3 shows ago. How you been? I want to walk into a place and hug some people and, you know what I mean? Just see my brothers and sisters in wrestling and just kind of chill out together. So yeah, LA was just a love fest in all directions. Wrestlers, fans, ownership. Brett was just going around, just doing his thing. So yeah, man. I tried to convey as best as I could was we were tired. We were doing it for our first time. It went off without too much of a hitch. And yeah, next time is on. A title shot.
Yeah, but I don't know about no title shot here, but yeah, no, it was fun. As you said, I think we hit about 90% of what we did with about 50% of the execution that we wanted to as well. But I definitely am excited and grateful to hopefully get another chance in LA and hopefully do a better job than we did last time. But thank you all that showed up and made it so much fun in the chat. That's another thing too. We apologize. We had the notes and our match list, kind of everything on one screen, and it was covering the chat, so we didn't get. I went back and rewatched it like to see the chat. I didn't see any of it that night, and we have a solution for that next time as well. But thank you all once again. It was awesome to go back and reread the comments and see how much everyone enjoyed it. And yeah, hopefully we could do it again with better execution this time on my end.
No. It was on all of us. The little thing that title shit that would be kind of interesting. Reed Harris Cooper is telling everybody the New Jersey way. Hugs, we kiss. Aaron's asking with or without tongue. That's between you and Reed, Aaron. You're two adults. What are you gonna do, man? Title shit is good. I'm sorry, you were talking. I was laughing my ass off at these guys. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things people don't see. Like, we haven't told them, like, when I walked to the building and everything, I was nervous. I was tired. I had just got off a 5-hour drive. You had just gotten out of a 5-hour drive. I was so exhausted that you were telling me what to do at one point, and you had to tell me like 2-3 times. No shit, guys. Like I was beat up hard. So, that's private. See, Reed, that's between you guys. You guys figure that out. But overall, everybody was incredibly supportive. And same thing. If you have a chance when you're coming in the building, it doesn't hurt to wave and say hi. And if you see after we've broken down everything and are walking around, please say hi. No kidding. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Thank you to Ivan. Thank you to Brett. We now have GCW Game Changer World podcast commercial. So little things.
Big Bubba with a drive there, man.
That's Bubba.
It was good. Our heads were all over the place of nervousness, trying to get everything that we had together at the last minute and due to other circumstances, but it made it all work out. It was fun, but I think what made it fun was everybody involved, but seeing you guys enjoy it so much, and it makes me excited to do the next one.
Oh, and my last little thing before we move on, I thought it was funny now, but at the time I was so nervous to put on this show that I'm driving through crazy LA traffic, and I was so nervous that my watch was telling me my heart rate was above 150. So I'm like above 150, freaking out, stressed about the thing. And I'm driving through bumper to bumper. Oh, dude. Yeah. So not going to be like that. Next time, I think we just found out it's like at home. We just need to chill with each other and be friends and just talk. And it seems like naturally we fit right back into our old ways. Next time, I think we're going to start having more and more fun with it.
As long as KJ don't mess up our chairs, I'm all good with it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. But I want to just say that. Yeah. Bubba, I'm so sorry you're dealing with that shift. And again, we have poor Clown who's working on his birthday. So,
all right. We got Screwball waiting in here.
Yes.
Let's bring him in.
Yes, absolutely. I've been waiting to talk to him. It's been a while.
Here we go, Screwball. Let's get you in here. Oh, wrong one. Sorry. There we go.
Oh, no. It's only been 48 hours.
Just started.
Oh, look who it is.
Hey,
We
that's
just
no lie.
started, KJ.
B fell off his fucking chair that he was given because the damn legs don't even fucking work. We almost killed our co-host.
That might have been the chair KJ used to beat up Sam that I was sitting on. Who knows? Like, had no sturdiness. Or
Well, maybe KJ did that to your chair before you showed up.
It might have been the chair that Sam used on KJ.
Sabotage. Hell yeah, KJ. We love you, KJ. We think you did a fantastic job. I'll stop right. I don't want to get out of it. You know what I mean? Like,
we'll get there.
Again, KJ is KJ and awesome dude, and did a fantastic job. Yeah, let's get rolling on this because our first match eventually will be that cage. Did you say welcome GCW, all that good stuff, or no?
Nope. We are covering now GCW's Homecoming L.A. from the UCC in L.A., California.
All right. So the show opens with a hype video, and it was basically the same one that was shown at the end of the Arizona show. We end up opening up. Emil is encompassed in a huge steel
actually,
cage.
before we get to that, I want to point out it wasn't just a UCC retrospective. It was an entire LA retrospective because you got to make that got to make that distinction because I was there at the hi-hat in 2018 for Joey Janela's LA Confidential, and it was so sick to see the moments like Great Sasuke versus the future Joaquin Wild, DJZ, Jungle Boy's GCW debut against Tony Deppen, the match that gave Tony Deppen the gatekeeper moniker, and of course the legendary David Arquette versus Nick Gage death match. I had to shout that show out because that was my first experience at LA GCW. I was there day one, and I didn't make it back there for another 3 years until after the pandemic. But still, I had to shout out the fact that show and some of the other pre-UCC shows were recapped there.
And you were in the documentary also, weren't you?
Yes, I there was a shot of my face for one moment in that David Arquette documentary.
You're a movie star, bro.
Yes, very.
Can't afford you on here, man.
KJ super kicking MLJ was the highlight of the night. Super fan Ishmael
to highlight that one.
I had to. I thought it was. We have to have every fan opinion here. I sincerely enjoyed the hell out of the Phoenix show. I have to admit, after watching LA Homecoming, Phoenix felt like one peg down. Well, it's Homecoming. You know what I mean? Everything's being pulled out for these shows. It's just like high school. For Homecoming, everyone's coming home. It's a big spectacle. You know, that's kind of what's going on. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, Emil yells out, I'm in Los Angeles. It's been 5 long months. We are back in our home away from home. There were a ton of videos going into the show, and all blue apron was used. That's very rare that we actually have an apron with one color. Nothing saying GCW LA or GCW Homecoming on there. I found that a touch surprising. The action for the first.
Why.
What you thinking?
They used a blue canvas because of the real Homecoming in the main event, but we'll get to that.
Okay, we'll get to that one later here. I find that one interesting. Okay, so the action for the first match didn't truly kick off until around the 20+ minute mark, just because it was such a huge night. On the floor where we were all sitting, it was hot and humid. You could see it in the crowd. You could see it on their faces. My son's watch said it was 85 degrees with humidity on the floor. I have to say this, but I'm only saying it just because it's a Christmas wish. We need just a little space in between the chairs in LA. GCW is what's up?
I was very fortunate that I was sat next to Wendy because nice to be
She's
the smallest person in the building. Yeah.
The biggest person and the smallest person in the building, all wrapped in one. That's how it's just she. Ooh, you don't want to get mad. You don't want to get her mad. I do know
she's
that.
Feisty, but also, yeah, great joy to sit with for a show.
But yeah, I mean, what's up?
I never thought I'd hear an LA crowd chant AC.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see when the AC turned on and the whole crowd's like AC, AC? Like I was like, that was awesome.
Well,
it was hot though.
It was so damn hot, and I think it cooled down to 80 by the time the show closed. So it's not like we didn't get a little relief.
Yeah, there was right before the second match, right before the Janela Starboy match. I did walk out of the building for a minute because I needed to.
I did multiple times throughout the night, like right after the entrances or during the entrances. Sometimes I was just going out, cool down, and come back in. It was hot out there.
Yeah, PWG vibes. I'm a huge PWG fan from back in the day. Yeah, I think that's the way to put it. Just the sweat box. Let's see, what else do I wanted to say? Yeah, I just want to say, like, it kind of sucks if you're paying $100 for front row and you're sitting like this. And if you watch some of the shows, you see a couple poor unfortunate souls that, like, for 3-4 hours, they're paying all that money to sit like that. And I know it's about
wooden chairs too, are not
not
the most softest things in the world.
No, so you're gonna have ass problems and your shoulders hurt when you go home. It's not fun. Anyway.
Let's cover the first match of the evening as we broke the news on our show. I thought that was pretty cool too. We were able to announce that the opening match was the steel cage match, KJ Orso versus Sam Stackhouse.
All right, so yeah, we kick off the show with a steel cage match. Fans were emotionally invested, and damn, Sam and KJ are so good together. Sam came out with a mean face, but has a shirt with a bow with his wife's name, Chelsea, on it. He's circling the ring, got his mad face on. Emil announces Sam's name, and he eats a KJ Orso super kick to the face. Then KJ comes off the top of the cage, and that was our opening to the show. They fight hard for a quick minute or two. Sam is pulling out doors. Fans are encouraging him to pull out more, which he does. KJ's bleeding already. Both are finally in the ring, and then the bell rings after a couple minutes of fighting. Sam sends KJ like a missile into the sides of the cage. Sam's body was the first one to be put through a chair. Many times you could see KJ's evil smile as he would come up with ideas. Great job by the camera crew for zooming in there to make sure that you see all those expressions. That really did help us sink into the story. Sam with an excellent spinning heel kick that sent KJ flying. Sam brings out the thumbtacks. KJ is covered in stuck tacks, then gets put through a door. Emil leaves the commentary booth. He said he had an idea. That's when John Mosley jumps in. Happy to hear him on commentary. KJ was on his way towards leaving the ring, and that's when Emil slams the door on KJ's face. Sam goes up top, hits a backflip, but he misses KJ and goes body first into thumbtacks. There was a door bridge built. KJ goes up top. Character assassination of Sam Stackhouse through the door bridge. That was not an easy spot, and they pulled it off. Sam and KJ then pull off an insane forward spike, and you can barely describe it unless you see it. Sam pulls up KJ's head before the 3 count, and that's when I thought Sam was going to maybe do a heel turn. He had his friend, quote unquote, beat. And then he said, no, I want revenge. I actually thought we were going to have a heel turn and maybe a continuation of the story.
Yeah, I thought this was a kind of a interesting twist to the match that definitely had me kind of like perked up, and I was kind of thinking the same thing. Are we gonna how bad, like, are we possibly going to see a double turn here? But I don't see the crowd turning on KJ, turning for KJ after this, but it just might help out Sam more with the crowd cheering him on to beat KJ even worse than he already did up until this point.
And I love what they did here, because this is when Sam ties him up exactly like KJ tied Sam up. He gets a piece of wooden leg from a UCC chair, just like KJ did to him. And then he stabbed him in the head the same way that Sam was stabbed. He puts KJ's, the Fuego mask on KJ. And yeah, Sam was mad. He said KJ made him do this to him, and he is dead. Then delivers a heavy chair shot. Sam turns to the door and slowly walks out. I want to say the slow walkout was actually a nice emotional touch.
I got things to say about that.
Yes, you could actually feel the fans build as the ending was coming there. Our winner was Sam Stackhouse. I want to say this match was so good. I felt like it took 3 or 4 matches for the fans to recover. I felt like we were kind of emotionally spent. It was an amazing roller coaster of a story. If this is the finish, beautiful 10 out of 10 finish. If this goes on, I don't know where they're going to go from there, but these two work so damn well together. They put stories together so damn well. If we had 5 more stories like this at GCW, I would consider us full to the brim.
Go ahead, Screwball. I'll let you go.
Okay.
Then I'll go after you.
You know what was so great about this match is it was a perfect fusion of the old school cage match and the new school cage match. normally when you have a cage match with escape rules, they tend to devolve into basically races out the door, races up the top. You don't get the feel that this is a grudge match. It's just kind of like some of the things that I don't mean to go on the cornet the high soapbox. Yes, I see it. Yes, but the idea of the cage match, it's supposed to be that two guys walk into the cage, one guy leaves. And we've devalued cage matches so much that we have to build bigger and bigger steel cage matches like Hell in a Cell to kind of recapture that feeling. This is how cage matches used to go. This is how San Martino used to do the cage matches back in the day. And this perfect fusion of the new style and the old school cage match served them so well. Like, the only thing that was kind of non-traditional was that we still managed to get interference in a match type that's supposed to prevent it. But, for what it was, it made sense that Emil would do it this way. And that you nailed it perfectly when it came to Sam slowly walking out of the cage. Like, that's what San Martino used to do in like the 70s. And he captured that feeling perfectly. So for that, it's like it was nice to see a real good steel cage match the way they're supposed to be done, but with our modern hardcore sensibilities mixed in as well.
Yeah, the start of the match was totally unexpected. As I kind of asked KJ, is with the cage being up and no Chelsea being involved, what is going to make Sam even quit? And I think he said he's going to have to jump on him and like go for the win, and he didn't mind if he even tried taking I called it the coward's way out, but he called it the smart way out to get the victory and walking out. But to kick MLJ at the beginning shocked me and popped me because I love how it just all kind of came together.
Sam was right in front of me when they did that, so I was actually trying to get him to turn around and be like, look what he just fucking did to Emil.
Right, and he's just like, what the fuck? So I love that. That was so creative. And to get the first shot on Stackhouse and kick him on the fence to do, as we were talking about, the crazy, I forgot the name of it, sorry, but the spot where he jumped to the outside, the spiral tap. Yeah, that was insane. That was like, he was going all out. He set the tone of what he was going to do from the bell didn't even ring yet. Like from the moment that he got Sam even close to the ring, he took advantage of it. Everything else in the match played out beautifully. As you kind of said, Screwball, I kind of got the GCW chaotic with the weapons, attacks, and everything else out there. Both of their facial reactions all match long, and KJ especially came across really good on Triller TV when I saw it last night. But I loved all those callbacks with the UCC chair and everything. And I also agree. I love the walking out. It's like, no, like I'm done kicking your ass for right now, but I will answer John's question. I don't think it's done. KJ thought it was done before going into this. I think now Sam's kind of even up the odds, and I don't see KJ maybe moving forward into what he wants to do. I think there will be a third. I will kind of go back to this. Somebody had it up here. Matthew did. The Nile, we were there when Sam and KJ first tagged it in that venue. The first time we got to see them together as a tag team. I wanted and called for this cage match to be in Arizona, but luckily for me, fate worked out where I was able to be in LA and not Phoenix for that. So I am thankful for that, but I would kind of like to see Arizona maybe get the third and final match there. And I definitely would try to make my way out there to see the finality play out in Nile, because I just feel like, for me, that venue, it has a special connection to those two, where LA was good and that was a good match for Homecoming, and not beyond good. It was amazing. It was great. It set the tone for the rest of the night. As you said, that was like for 4 matches. It was like, wow, like still trying to calm down, and no match is going to live up to that for a while going into the card in that kind of way, with the violence and kind of emotions that I think a lot of the GCW fans were into, especially myself, as I said. So I loved it. Perfect way, but I don't think it's done. I hope we see a. Oh shit! Hold on.
Yeah, well, KJ has given us a response that.
Yeah, that's why I said hold on. I said, no, and Homecoming needed it. You killed it, and absolutely deserved that match. Deserved to be on a Homecoming.
again, KJ, love you, man. I actually think that could have even, I mean, any other night that could have closed Homecoming. I mean, I'm dead fuck. It really did take the air for about 3 or 4 matches out. We needed what came next in number 2 just to get people to kind of take a mental reset.
And just think of the visual too at the end. Like if Sam Stackhouse is walking out and kind of like at the end, as he's like walking on right, the show ends and like right as it's ending, he's like walking through the UCC and like does his final look back at Fuego, and Fuego's still recovering and bleeding and possibly lead to the next match. I kind of hope so. And real fast, I want to go back to, I shouted out Atticus and Charles Mason as being kind of like the best storytellers and stuff.
No, exactly. Give the devil its due.
Gotta say it.
KJ has been up there as equals with them, not even below them. He's all year long, from Fuego at the beginning of the year at Collective to now as KJ Orso, has absolutely been one of, in Stackhouse, the whole story, but even going before Stackhouse, Fuego's brought the emotion to me as a GCW fan, and he's doing it in a different way than Mason and Atticus is doing, but I absolutely appreciate it because as KJ Orso, he needed to do it differently, and he's doing it KJ Orso's way, unfortunately, and it's been fun. And I will have to put Ishmael's thing up here. I do think he deserves another title shot soon after what has been going on, but I think he needs to finish this trilogy with Stackhouse, one more match, in my opinion.
I think we should put it on hold for a little bit, but maybe come back to it when there's
a title, maybe.
And I also think, I think maybe they're done for now, but I think KJ has a little bit of unfinished business with one MLJ. That's the kind of the thing I think he can lean on after this is, maybe Sam got away this time, but I have a feeling, that's not going to be finished either. And maybe Emil needs to find someone that can stand up for him, since he's obviously not a wrestler.
Who do you think, just for fun?
I would love to see Nick Gage come to the aid of.
That was the one name.
Yeah, I don't know what the logistics are going to be for that, but just something to keep in mind as we wait for that next AZ show that I don't think is going to be on the December loop. So we got some time to let it simmer a little bit before we go back to the Stackhouse KJ rivalry for a potential rubber match.
And I'm fine with it. I want to see KJ move on and evolve his character, but I also want to see Sam build off this win, build off all the. Shut up, Manny. Build up. Oh shit! Build off all the. Hold on, let me finish that sentence before I start reading the chat here. Build off the momentum that he's built with this feud, and kind of like Manders, I want to see him kind of go on a Manders kind of trajectory toward the end of 2025 into 2026, and he's definitely could do just as well as Manders has been doing lately. Okay, here we go. Sam, in your words,
he says it's over.
It's way out. He ran away from me. It's over. So you're gonna let him. You're gonna let him end the story with the victory. Sounds good.
That's not.
Now
that doesn't sound like the KJ we've learned from. I don't know if he would ever want to end the story with a loss. We'll see what happens, but for right now, he says it's over, and that's assuming he's telling the truth here. He could just smoke screen it. We'll see what happens.
One thing's for sure, I definitely want to see him in new stories. So,
oh shit.
We have a record here. Okay.
Oh, we got drama.
It ain't over yet. It is not over yet.
I love you.
At least I'm behind the screen this time. At least I'm behind the screen this time. I feel safe.
Hey, either way, we're all adults. Thank you both, honestly, for being able to sit down for a couple minutes and tell your side of the story. It was very helpful. Yeah, get him on the ball. Oh shit! Here we go.
I think Sam decided. Sam decided he was done with you.
Look at that!
But
we're getting a little trouble here.
As much as I hate to say it, you. Jesus. You guys have brought it, and I hope it doesn't end. I want to see you guys fight forever, but bravo, opening Homecoming. And as Frankie was kind of saying here, hold on real fast.
Sorry. That was
You're good. You're good, man. I got this one way up here. That's why I wanted to come back to it. as Frankie said, we kind of talked about in the pre-show at the end, is Homecoming gonna at that time, did it feel like it was living up? And we were kind of like we were excited, but I think even because without the title defenses, the KJ Sam Stackhouse match would kind of have to carry a lot of the load emotionally and storyline going into Homecoming, and they absolutely knocked it out of the park. And bravo, both gentlemen. More one than the other, but bravo.
We still got barbs being thrown in chat right now.
Yeah, Jesus. I don't think it's over, KJ and Sam. Oh, Jesus.
Well, I'll tell you what, the match may be over, but the feelings aren't.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yes. Oh, man. But no. Yeah,
bravo. No shit. You're both here. Full grown adult man stuff. Bravo. Actually, some of the best stuff that we've seen this year, feud wise. I think the Effie and Mance feud would be the only one that would even be close to touching this one. And I will just put them both at number one until I figure out, because this story may or may not be still over.
Well, one was mostly from last year, so I think this one clears number one this year.
True.
Yep. All right. Second match. Well, I guess match. Man like Dereiss versus Matt Cardona.
Okay, so Matt comes out. He says the fans are marks. He deserves a title shot. Effie's injured. He's a pussy. Brett should walk out and hand him the belt. He's mad. He has to fight Dereiss. Los Angeles sucks. Dereiss has an entrance that comes out rarely.
No. Before you go, he said he was going to squash Dereiss. We got a squash match, all right.
Dereiss has an entrance that comes out rarely. I may have only heard it 1 or 2 times ever. Very rare, but it has a fun build and it's very fan friendly. So, you know, the music was awesome. Oh yeah, look, see, Brent must have got the same. Dude, that was party atmosphere kind of stuff, you know. And then he hits the 0-1-2-1. Of course, I'm going to give you the whole match right here. Cardona attacks from behind. Max Recon officiates, rings the bell. Matt hits a quick face wash, radio silence, a second radio silence. Dereiss recovers, hits a cutter. Cardona leaning on the ropes. Dereiss 619. He goes to the top rope, hits cool running, covers for 3. Our winner in less than 2 minutes, man like Dereiss. It was perfect. It was fun. It was short. There was less match and more music and entrance. That was a complete match in under 2 minutes. I don't know if I'd ever seen one before. Bravo to both men. And after the emotional roller coaster we just had and everyone is exhausted, you know, maybe we just need a little music and a little happy and a little fun, because we've seen enough wrestling by that point for that hour, damn near.
I just want to point out how special it was after the match to see the entire section I'm on freaking body surfing, man like Dereiss, in celebration. That was such a cool moment to be a part of. That was special. That's going to be something we're going to have in the next 5-year Homecoming retrospective video.
Yes.
That moment's going to be in there, and rightfully so. That was so awesome, especially since you pointed out, like, this was like, I actually talked to Dereiss at the merch table before this. He said this was he was debuting that song. So the fact that everyone was singing the song without even like a couple appearances to prime us to do that is like never been done before. Like all the famous crowd songs like Nakamura and Bobby Roode, those all took a few appearances to catch on.
Right.
He had us singing it as soon as it was over. That is
so that was his debut. Done. I was wrong there.
He told me it was the debut for that song.
Damn, man. Yeah, okay, so he has had another one that's not the 0-1-2-1. I thought that was it. That's
of course,
awesome.
He might have been working us too. Who knows? But like, as far as we were concerned, it was a debut.
Trust me.
And yet we were singing it without having heard it before. That's how good it was.
No, 95% of the time I'm wrong. Trust me. Default here is I fucked up.
But at the same time, you know, I'm not above being worked either. So. But either way, like that was just and again, like that's card placement right there to have that number 2 after the cage match and the long tear down. That was a perfect thing to follow it.
That song has been in my fucking head since it's insane. As Screwball said, like that was moment one, it was stuck in my head. I couldn't hear what they were saying, so I'm glad. I want to shout out Hef Jardy. Hef Jardy on Twitter with telling me what the lyrics were, showcasing, as you said, that group of fans up front. I don't know if it was on one of our text. Like I saw, like I think it was that group kind of say like they always bring a lot more people, and they brought like 18 people to this show, and I think that's the group that was dancing and kind of singing along. But I'm so glad that they do that, because like that little group carried that whole like kind of segment, because they were the ones like really starting to sing it and get underneath Cardona's skin, and I think that more so carried it for the rest of the match, quote unquote. But after what we just saw after in the cage match, this was perfect booking, perfect. This would have did more for man like Dereiss than a 10-20 minute match of Cardona would have done to put him over.
Oh, yeah.
This song, like, it was so good, and Cardona losing his shit in the ring. That's all I was watching, really, after watching the fans having fun and Dereiss going around for like the 10th time. I was watching Cardona just lose his shit in the ring, and that was so like made it so entertaining for me as a fan. But it was that group. Hold on.
Look at this. So he did use it before. A fan on Twitter asked him to use it. It was that group that asked Dereiss if he could come out to that song. So it was that group that was right sitting by you.
And they were singing it. Like I said,
I was crazy. Thank goodness.
For me, they were the MVPs of that segment.
So quickly. That explains a lot.
I've been like listening
to so awesome to bask in that moment where I was and participate, even if I was just holding up Dereiss's leg and ankle to body surf. I'm like, I love that moment so much.
I'm playing it, man. I was playing it right. It's so catchy, so good. Like,
yes.
As you said, one of the most memorable moments in any of my UCC appearances I've ever been there. That is going to stick with me forever. And man, like Dereiss is on fire, and like all weekend long, he killed it. He killed it, and I kind of have it in my next notes for the JCW show. Okay, like he comes here and creates moments. And like makes us talk, and then he leaves for a while, but we're still talking about those moments, and he comes back and just creates another moment. Yeah. So that was awesome.
Using that UK availability to his advantage. It's special when he shows up now.
But it was fun. Like, it was perfect environment. Like it was a well done segment. 10 out of 10 by everybody in that one. Fans, especially, like I said, that group I thought carried it for sure.
It was truly the medicine we needed. I'm so sorry. I'll say it again. We did not really
the medicine I needed. Like if you've seen what I've been, I've been going through it lately as far as mental health goes, and I needed that so bad.
Hey, no kidding. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Like no, well, just like I said, my brother gone. Dude, I've dropped 12. I've dropped 12 pounds in 3 weeks.
Even I pointed out, like, I've been losing weight, but the last 5 were not we're not healthy weight loss. Yeah.
Well, I'm just wanting to know that I'm with you, and it really stinks to hear, because I always want to hear you're doing well. You're one of my people, man.
This night helped. I'm glad I went. I'm glad I used PTO to show up to homecoming, because it turned out to come at the right time for me mentally.
Yeah, that one was well spent. I think of all the LA shows, that was one that was well spent this year.
Next match was Jack Cartwheel versus Oro.
My notes are a little short here. This was a high octane match with plenty of speed and flipping. My first time seeing Oro live, he hung with Jack Cartwheel's speed very well. Oro talked his shit. He was a little cocky. He got in the face of referee Scarlett Donovan. Again, the fans do not take very well to that. A very spitfire offense from both men. We had a "This is Wrestling" chant. That's always a great sign. By this time, fans were again still repairing from that cage match. Our winner here was Jack Cartwheel with the Cartwheel Bliss. And I'll just
why do you say what the finish was? Because I actually missed the finish because it came right after the dive on our side. So I was still fixing my chair when I hear the 3 count.
My notes just don't do it justice, though. This match was a fantastic match.
This was fun, and again, like perfect card placement to get the energy back on after the big emotional cage match, and then the popcorn like quick celebration match with man like Dereiss. Like this was perfect card placement.
Yeah, like my big takeaway, same thing earlier. Surprised Jack Cartwheel pick up the win. I thought Oro talking all that shit with Jordan Castle, hyping him up as well. Like, I wonder if this will be a good way to kind of turn heel for him and kind of showcase what he wants to really do in GCW. But these kind of opening matchups are just kind of like little teasers and stuff. But I was gonna say I don't feel he's missing anything. I've enjoyed his in-ring work, and yes, it's still kind of too early for any story, I think, but it would be kind of cool to kind of see him maybe start using. So I don't follow him on social media, so like, this could be me. I gotta follow him after this one because I'm really impressed with him, and I want to see him succeed in GCW, and I want to see him start doing something in storyline creative. But Rollie made a great point, man. Yeah, I think. What kind of I got a little soured on the Sidney Akeem just picking up win after win after win, and it didn't lead to like the title change.
Or went 0-2, so it's kind of nice that he's not just the ex-WWE guy rolling over everyone. Like, he's gonna have to earn these wins.
And that's where I was going to go to it. It feels nice to get a nice change of pace from Morrow to kind of show like, hey, I'm not here just to put my name over. Maybe I had an NXT name, but I'm not going to carry it. I want to create my own kind of legacy. And I am excited to see what he can do for sure. That backflip, the jumping backflip that he does and kick, the Pele kick is fucking awesome. He's amazing. I want to see what he continues to do in GCW.
Well, then we'll go to this next little segment. After this Cartwheel Oro match, Shotzi Blackheart comes to the ring. She was supposed to have a GCW World Championship shot against Effie. She said she wanted to win the belt and celebrate with the fans, but it just didn't happen that way tonight. Then she starts to do Steiner math. She doesn't want Effie at 90% or 100%. She wants Effie at 110%. And then she will be at 200%. Deep down, I'm chuckling. Atticus's music hits. Says he.
Before we get to Atticus, though, I do want to point out it is very. I do like that they did not abandon like the concept of this match. We're coming back to this, and I think it adds fuel to the fire that I think Shotzi was supposed to win the title tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do get
like
the impression this way because they're not talking about Jack Cartwheel losing his match, his world title match, but they are talking about Shotzi not having the match. So we're definitely coming back to it.
Interesting. I like the idea. I'm not against it. Also, if Ali comes back, that would have Ali Shotzi, which would make for a very interesting matchup. Not against that one either. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Yeah, so Atticus music hits. He says he comes in peace. Effie hasn't given 110% since Hammerstein when he ended his best friend's career. That was his little work shoot there. Fans ate that up. He's not happy Shotzi gets championship matches when she pleases. He said Shotzi is only here because the Fed saw through her bullshit, and that's when Vipress comes from behind to start saving Shotzi. Vipress moonsault from the top rope to the outside. I did really wish we got her entrance. I love her entrance music. Both are throwing each other through rows of chairs. It gave a street fight style vibe. Chairs and doors are slowly being thrown in the ring. Vipress comes out with a chopper style bike and hits Atticus. Finally, they roll into ring, and that's when the bell rings.
We got a bit of that this night. It's not the last time we see it either.
No. I 3 or 4 times I think our matches kind of started with, and I love those types. I really do.
I think they might have overdone it one too many times, but yeah, at the same time, I still popped every time for it. So maybe they have something here, but probably want to dial it back in the future, though.
Well, then I'll just go ahead and announce here just for the heck of it. Our match then was Atticus Cogar versus Vipress. Both were fighting over Atticus skewers. Vipress pounds Atticus skewers into his own head. A door bridge was built. Atticus puts Vipress through it twice. Then a brain hemorrhage through the broken door, covered for 3. Our winner here was Atticus Cogar. Thoughts on this somewhat short match officially, but unofficially,
I'll let B go
regular
first.
size.
I kind of jumped in a few times there.
No, you're good because I'm gonna keep this short and sweet and give John the floor here because the night before Vipress, Vipress kind of showed me something. So I was wanting a little bit more from this match. Like I was wondering if somehow like the Mason story would bleed into this, but we don't see Mason in LA often. I don't think we've ever seen Slade in LA often. So I didn't know what to expect this match, but except maybe like, hey, they're gonna give this little bit of time. Atticus is going to have a 50-50 match with Vipress. It's going to go like 10-15 minutes, and then maybe he'll cut a promo and everything. I wanted a little bit more match from this, but I don't mind. Unfortunately, no offense, Vipress. After getting what we gotten, I don't mind it kind of unfortunately being cut off on her. Unfortunately for her to showcase a little bit more with Atticus, but where this continues with the story and what comes next is
before we
for
move
me.
on to it, though, I do think it was at least a fair compromise to give her the tricked out bike spot. That was at least something again, we'll probably see in vignettes for a while to come. So I think that was a fair compromise.
Selena, that was a cool spot too. Like at least she got a little bit of time. I just wish I felt like I was teased like she would get a little bit more shine the next night. But real fast too, before we go into the next part. Remember, John, when I told you throughout the night, I told you I went outside many times and I saw somebody. I thought the person who I thought it was Gallows. And it ends up being when this person comes up. But that's
oh wait,
funny.
So you saw him much earlier when we were talking, because you were telling me, John. I think
I can see what you mean, because I do know what Krule looks like without the mask. I did see him for a bit of time at SCI, so I can see how you would think it was Gallows.
That's what I was like. Holy shit, are we getting the brothers here?
So later, a lot of the wrestlers are like, I bet you were happy about that. I'm like, you assholes. No one told me. Brett, nobody said nothing. They just let it fly live, front row. Okay, so after this match, Atticus grabs more skewers for Vipress. Shotzi comes out for the save. Oh, let's stop. I wanted to ask you guys, if do you think it would have been a bigger pop if Vipress came out to fight Atticus with the music? Or did you feel it was better just a blind run-in? Because for me, I feel like she's face and the music would have just made a bigger entrance.
I would have preferred her to get the entrance, like just to kind of, since the match was kind of cut short, get the pop, get the home kind of cool. Maybe even with the bike, maybe create a cool moment. Like, remember when Janela just randomly showed up with a snake one time? Like, what the fuck was that? Like, it would have been a cool moment for Vipers to get the entrance with the bike, a little Nick Gage entrance, and then have that short match. But
I think it worked better that she actually used it in the match as a surprise. Sometimes we do need a little spontaneous thing there, and she made the save for Shotzi, which I think was kind of more important than whether or not she got her music on this night. But speaking of people making the save for Shotzi, let's go.
All right, my favorite moment of the night. This was the one where I said, okay, I ain't saying shit about this show bad. Okay, so Atticus grabs more skewers for Vipress. Shotzi comes out for the save. Atticus expected it, turned and stuck skewers into Shotzi's head. Then he brings out his taser. And that's when I heard a noise. And at first I thought it was like a chair or an audio screw up, because you know how the music goes, right? And then like, okay, it hits again and it still hadn't hit me yet. And then the third noise, it connected. Okay, first of all, I've been fighting for years. I've heard no's. I have shot that shot so many times. I'm like, no fucking way. And then I'm
worse
like,
than Iverson shooting that shot on it.
Dude. Yeah. Oh my God. And then so the third noise, it connected as Krule. I'm like, oh no way. You can audibly hear on the broadcast fans saying it's Krule. You can hear it because it's coming on. You can see all the phones go up. And then the fourth time the noise hits, I see Krule coming through the crowd. I lost my fucking mind like a 6-year-old kid.
I was watching you when I wasn't shoved down to the ground by Krule.
My wife, she was like, I don't know if I've seen you act like that before for wrestling. Flat out. I told everybody, like, for just a small amount of time, I was just a kid again. And it was just amazing. You got a yo, huh? Okay. You do your thing. Sorry, he just hit me with something here. It's Krule. I lost my deep in my heart. I know Krule belongs at GCW, and after 3 long years, I felt like I got my wish. GCW fans want monsters and characters with personality. He doesn't need to talk. I feel like in this situation, just book him to dominate for a while would be the one thing I would like. Build a star. He's tall. He's strong. He's unique. My son is 6'7", and he was like wide-eyed. And he looked at me. He's like, fuck, he's tall. My wife said he put his leg over the top rope. Now, the reason why I'm talking about this is because they've barely seen him before. I'm watching the crowd. people who know him are stunned and people who don't know him were stunned. This is actually the reaction I'm looking for as a fan because I want to see the impact of the wrestler. So I ask, please don't make him do too many small wrestlers. Yeah, because I mean, I really do see a lot of potential here. Again, the visual is just impressive. He doesn't have to say a damn thing. He just has to go out and be booked strong. And I think we have a monster here that could, could really do some things for some faces. But yeah, Atticus and Krule face off. Atticus puts skewers into Krule's chest. It doesn't phase him. That's when we get holy shit chance. Atticus pulls out the taser. Krule puts Atticus face first through a door. Krule, Krule, Krule is all we're hearing chanting from the fans. Krule exit the ring. Cameras capture his stairs and he leaves. That's all I needed for now. I was sending DMs like a motherfucker to 19 million people and 19 million people were sending them to me. Everybody knew that this was my, this is the one on the independent scene that I would bet on, that I would say that one right there is the heel that I personally would build a company around if I had, the same building blocks that Brett is fortunate to work with. What are you guys thinking?
Well, I like that the first thing first of all, like him coming through the actual chairs was quite a visual on hard cam if you watch the footage back. And then if you watch closely, you can watch my bald head disappear because I lost my balance and fell right onto my seat.
Oh,
and,
no.
And it wasn't the last time it happened on the show either, but that one was a little bit more intentional. We'll get to the main event later. But yes, and then as soon as I realized what the fuck just happened, I'm looking at you. I take that live photo of you because I know that you're gonna love seeing this moment back, watching you react to it. Because and then after the segment's over, first thing I do is go to you and talk with you about it. And then I walk back to my seat, and as soon as I back to you, watching you again, I see B over there having the same thought I did. So, yeah, I was really happy for you just to see this moment.
Thank you.
So you said that you saw like Krule come from the crowd. So after that match ended, I kind of ran outside to cool down. And as I ran outside, like I got bumped into. I look up, I'm like, just stunned because it was right before he was coming in the UCC. So I followed him inside and I'm like, oh my God, John is going to lose his shit. And yeah, the monster being the third person in Mason's trio was not expected, was not a name. We said was not a name.
Yeah, we were all thinking Bear, but he was thinking a little bit differently.
Yep. And holy shit, no offense, Bear. Krule just is makes more sense kind of right now for what's kind of going on with the story, the monster and everything. And Bear got his own little thing going on with Tremont and hopefully chasing that UV title. So I'm happy still for Bear Bronson with that. But
yeah, I'm kind of glad Bear's not involved in this. I think Krule makes a lot more sense, and it'll be very interesting to see what happens when Mason is no longer holding the leash either, because that's coming eventually.
Exactly. So for right now, Krule makes perfect sense. It's fun, but once Krule's kind of could go by himself, like there's a lot of life in Krule's GCW career. Even though we've been asking for it for 3 years earlier, we're very happy and fortunate to get it now. But yeah, for me, that was insane. Like I thought it was Gallows. Like I said, thought I saw Gallows before. I went outside, bumped up, and just see the mask. I'm like, I had to do it like a double, triple take. I'm like, is that who like? That is not Krule. Like, how is Krule here in LA? Like, it was not putting 2 and 2 together. But wow, like that was a pull. Like we got a lot of pulls at Homecoming. AC, Nick Gage, AJ Gray, Krule might have been for me and for John, obviously, but one that kind of for the future and currently in GCW is the biggest pull that they possibly could have made right now.
And we also got to talk about, there's another connection here, and that is the connection between Krule and Shotzi. I don't think it's a coincidence he made the save for Shotzi Blackheart.
Oh, let's talk about that for a minute, because number one, I'm not watching much outside of GCW in the last year or two. Could you kind of catch me up on that a little, and then
yes?
Whatever.
So in Beyond, Shotzi and Krule are a team. So I don't watch Beyond much either. I don't really care for Drew Cordiero these days, but I am kind of aware of what's going on there. And yes, they are a unit in other places right now, so that may also be revisited later as well.
Right here, Manny said he gave her a look before she left the ring.
I noticed that. It's like, yep, we are allies elsewhere. We might be, even commentary was like, is he making the save for Shotzi, or is he in the employ of Charles Mason? And we only got the answer today that he is the third in the trio.
Yep.
So it sounds like, I mean, I haven't heard a no, but most everyone seems to be fairly happy with him right now. I mean, as an addition.
And someone in the chat pointed out that he flew in from Toronto only to fly immediately back to Toronto. Shout out to Invoke, one of the places that booked him over the weekend in Toronto. They will be running a show in Vegas November 1st alongside a few other friends. So that'll be interesting to see. But yes, had to shout them out as well while I got the chance.
And that's legit screwball. I actually hit up Krule directly after his match, and he's like, dude, I'd stick around, but I got a red eye. Legit
right back to Toronto, like literally Toronto to LA, back to Toronto. Or Ontario. I think you might have worked a different city the next day, but it was right back to Canada, which is insane to think about.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what goes down, but yeah, sorry. It just looks like we have a lot more to look forward to, and I hope we have him around in December in LA. I got to see him.
I want to see like all 6 of them. I would love to see the trios, Vandal 48 versus the New Mason faction in LA. I think we could. I do want to see Otis and Napier live. I have seen Otis live before, but we haven't seen Napier in LA. I would love to see the entire faction, especially since I bought their jersey. I'd love to get a photo with the 4 of us all wearing a jersey. That's just a selfish request, but yeah. And also, we'd love to see Slade in LA. You said we haven't seen him before. Definitely something we would love to see followed up on. Maybe have a chapter in this rivalry land in that December show.
And then JJ from Casa D18 Studios says, does Slade have a championship somewhere? Because Charles Mason is the HOG champion. Krule has the MLW. I was just letting you know, JJ, I looked it up real quick. Currently, Slade does not have a championship in his end play right now.
All right. Our next match was the one called Manders versus Marcus Mathers.
All right. So we had 2 favorites here, at least from my eyes. Both are at the top of their games professionally. This is a more solid and mature match than either would have had 1 year ago. Matches like this, I try to enjoy for what they put together in ring. Manders faked out and tapped Mathers on the ass. He didn't like that. And
this influenced the entire match too. Like everything built from this moment. Yeah.
He blew his fucking top, and the whole match was a little weird. I'm going to try to keep it simple because I wanted to see if someone else had more important things to say than me here.
Yeah, I can go into it because I do love how that match unfolded from there.
Yeah, it was just another true wrestling match. No blood, not really weapons, not necessary. Our winner, one called Manders. And again, my notes don't do it justice, man. It's all you.
Yeah, so basically, and commentary really, I watched this one back. I didn't watch everything back from the show, but I did catch a little bit of this one. Commentary pointed out that Manders was kind of big leaguing Mathers. Like, he's got the experience advantage. He's got the age advantage. Mathers is someone that's kind of now beginning to cross that threshold from young guy to seasoned guy. And they kind of pointed out that Manders, by doing that little tap on the ass, was like, was just kind of like playing that little mind game. And it's funny because Manders ends up playing like this cat and mouse game for the entire match, avoiding all of Manders' strikes until the end. So it was kind of funny that like Mathers ended up turning the psychology around him in this like little moment here. Like now he's trying to agitate the big man and trying to get him off his game, but he was still fired up from having that little bit of degradation to him with that ass slap.
We're talking about the storyline aspects of an ass slap.
Yeah, but it's just
Hey,
it's just
I like
funny. Like,
storylines.
like we talk about how like there aren't enough matches with stories in GCW sometimes, and this was a perfect match where we didn't need like a death, like a big rivalry or a big storyline to still have a story in a match. They had like a pretty good story for what it was, even in a babyface versus babyface respect match, and they pulled it off there.
Yeah, I wrote both came out to prove a point here in this one. Both shined. Mathers took a beating from Manders. The crowd was super into it. Great match that provided something different from the rest of the card that we'll see. Short and sweet, yeah. Like
Really, I just felt, straightforward wrestling.
Yep.
Nothing wrong
But at
with
the same time, it wasn't just the match that sometimes we see. Like there was a meat to this and story beats to it that I'm glad we got out of this what could have easily been a throwaway.
Yep. Truth.
Real fast on that match. Was that title being defended? Because that's like one thing I wish it kind of would happen more to add a little bit more story to the match. Or
I didn't see the title. I don't think it was.
Okay.
It was not listed as such. It was listed strictly as singles.
Okay.
Yeah, Casa pointed out the commentary, like mentioning how Manders was kind of a big brother. That's the dynamic I was looking to put into words. It was a big brother, little brother match that played out in that dynamic.
Yep. Next match, Jordan Oliver versus Frankie Kazarian.
Jordan got a solid reception from fans. He jumped in the ring, and it looked like he landed just a little rough on his one leg there. I didn't like seeing that. He was hopping for a moment, and I really felt bad because I'm thinking, I hope that's not that repaired leg. He didn't even do
it when it got injured. He was struggling with it before it became something he couldn't ignore.
And I could tell that there was a little bit of something there because generally when his name is announced by Emil, he's doing the da 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 and like hitting the ground and and he wasn't doing that. And I could tell like demeanor wise, he just changed a little bit like shit. I probably shouldn't have done that. Hopefully that's not hopefully that's just a little mistake that happens. He had that. Yeah. And I mean, he had that knee wrapped up fairly well. So hoping for the best there. The last time Frankie Kazarian was at the UCC, we sent him home with a "please come back" chant. Thanks to Brett, we got our wish, and welcome back, Kazarian. I think because Kazarian was here and where Jordan Oliver is right now, this definitely felt like a TNA-styled match. Also, just wanted to mention, Kazarian been wrestling for 27 years. Jordan is 26 years old. And that didn't matter. Our winner here was Jordan Oliver. And in the end of this, Kazarian put over GCW like crazy. And we're thankful for that.
Yeah, Lyle, East Coast versus West Coast too. East Coast days versus SCU. And of course, Kazarian doing the SCU afterwards. We did mention a few weeks ago, I believe on the roundtable that, if we can get Young, Dumb, and Price back in LA, and we can maybe get the band back together on the other end, SCU versus Young, Dumb, and Price, or Buster in the Brain, or whatever they're called today, would be a hell of a tag match. I don't know what the logistics are for putting an AEW guy and a TNA guy on the same team are these days. Definitely wasn't possible this weekend with a WWE show and an AEW show being against each other on this day, but maybe if December, that first week in December, if we could see Scorpio and Kazarian versus Young, Dumb, and Price, definitely something I would love to see.
What a match. That'd be like I said, I feel like they're the Motor City Machine Guns of 2025 for us right now. If we could get those two in here, they would do so much for our young people.
They're the first AEW tag team champions. Imagine our guys getting that win. Like that would be something we could always hang our hats on.
Look at that.
Yep.
JJ, that's the reason why he bought his ticket. Jordan and Frankie. By the way, another great point. I mean, we're preaching to the choir here, but if you have fans that are WWE fans, if you have friends that are WWE fans or whatnot, and somebody is coming, over to independent like Shotzi, hit them up, because I can tell you right now, it's a hell of a lot cheaper to get a signature at GCW than it is to get at WWE, and it's a lot shorter line. You're not standing with hundreds of people.
Shotzi's line was pretty big, but I was able to get through it in like 15 minutes. And Kazarian was also signing as well. Like his line wasn't that ginormous, and it's probably way cheaper to get it at the UCC than it is at WrestleCon.
Truth. Yeah. Pete?
Yeah.
Oh. No, we're good here. And then, Tyler's just jumping in real quick to say same thing. Wants to see Krule and GCW. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing something.
For this match, I wrote it was a good single showcase against an established legend here for Jordan. As always, he stepped up and showcased how good he is as a singles competitor and as a tag competitor. And Frankie still gets the SCU love in LA. That was cool to see at the end as well.
Oh, yeah, the SCU.
Right. Next match was Bear Bronson versus Mance Warner.
Okay. Both men have their respective memorable entrances. The minute both are in the ring together, they're immediately nose to nose. Bear throws out referee Dan Perch, and we have a fight without a match. Bear tope. Mance attacks Bear during his drink. There was a stiff back and forth. The chops were strong. I loved watching tough men growing. I mean, sorry, that didn't sound good at all, did it? I love watching tough men like beat the shit out of each other. And these men are both notoriously tough and were a little stiff with each other in the best of ways. That's what I meant to say. Chairs and doors are being unloaded into the ring. The sound from the chair shots reverberate around the UCC. Mance is grabbing
stiff ass shots.
Loved them.
One of the loudest I've heard, like the loudest I ever heard was Willie Mack on Billy Dixon. That was insane. But those ones, I don't know how either of them are walking, man.
Referee Dan Perch recovers, and now the bell finally rings.
Yeah, I was watching Dan Perch for like 10 minutes because he rolled on my side. And I was like, I was just waiting for that bell to ring because we knew it was going to happen because we'd seen it like 3 times at this point. But this time it was like, it was so excellently pulled off that they could get away with it here.
Bear answered with heavy chair shots back at him here. Both go up to the top rope, and Mance suplexes Bear onto a bunch of chairs. Both men had moments where they took damage and jumped right back up to their feet, both breaking full doors over each other's heads. Then come the heavy chair shots. Both men were riding adrenaline towards the end of the match, and eventually they knock each other down. Fans come to their feet. GCW chants, fight forever chants. Bear eats a DDT through a door and a knee pad up, knee pad down, and somehow he pops up at one, and the fans erupt again. Mance eats a pile driver, kicks out at one. Bear is stunned, and that's when fans are like GCW chants kept coming up in this one because the match was just so damn good. Our winner here, Bear Bronson, wins with the choke bomb. Fans are pounding the ring. Bear chants
multiple times too. Like,
bro,
we were up against it. Like half the matches got that pounded against the ring, and you don't see that often.
Dude, it was fantastic. I mean, really, this match overall, though, really good. I put here, if there's a Bear push, I would have preferred a more heel Mance. This is where he should have maybe been a little more intimidating with the fans. It would have fed Bear a little better. However, he still did the job. The heel work was just a little lighter. I can say this Bear run has shown me what it looks like when the GCW machine decides to get behind a performer and create a star. Kudos to Mance for what he did, which is a fantastic job. And I feel Bear knocked it out of the park. And hear me out, my last little thing. I actually think they would make a great little tag team. They work incredibly well together. They pound beers and they bounce out of the match. So
I feel like eventually Mance Warner's got to befriend one of these guys that he keeps suckering into these deals like he did with Dereiss and Rob the other day. Like, that's eventually got to lead to something, I would hope. But if it doesn't, this was the win Bear needed. Like, as much as he's caught on in like the time, he kind of lacked that big victory, and to have it come against the most recent GCW World Champion before Effie was kind of a nice way to signal that, you know, he's here for good, and he's going to be doing big things very soon.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, that push, it's well deserved right now. The LA crowd just absorbed Bear just like the AC crowd did, and that was awesome to see. You could see him feeding off the energy, and for me, that just gets me excited because you just know he's going to perform and go out there and kill it. And with Mance, how could these two not have a great fight? I'm not even going to call it a match. Like, those chair shots were some of the loudest ones I've heard too, other than, like I said, that Billy Dixon one. But the punches, those were live rounds. Like, that JCW show, we're supposed to have that live rounds match, but like, no, the live rounds match was in this one. Like, these two were knocking the shit out of each other, and I thought someone was going to get knocked out on the outside in the first minute of the match. Like, that's how
that was Perch.
Intense it was. Yeah, that was personally right. But man, like I don't know how those two left standing. That was a brawl. Bravo. Like I always or maybe once every month I'll say just go watch the match. That one is worth the money itself. If we didn't have the cage match and the main event up here, for me, this was one of the top matches
yeah,
of
we
the
got to
night.
mention the main event too, because the fact is they couldn't do like real deathmatch stuff because it would have taken away from the main. So they kind of just subbed in. They just had a strong style match. They just hitting live rounds and big moves and some tactful no selling at the end that kind of brought everything together. It's like the dueling one counts worked here because they couldn't just put each other through doors and stuff because that had to be safe for the main. So
and to push Bear, as you said, the former world champion Mance is the perfect person to get that victory over to elevate Bear to the next level, because that is a name in GCW, and that kind of matchup is one that elevates Bear even more in my eyes. And he's just killing it, and it's Bear's world right now too, man. Like Bear is on fire, and it's just awesome to see it doing, because as you saw in the show, he's such a nice guy as well.
Yep. Yeah, it's just nice to see there was a little bit of diversification since they couldn't go full plunder here.
True. Oh, let me pull this up real quick. I'll just say the last part of this. I'd like to see Willie Mack at a December show in LA. I'm with it there, and I do miss Willie Mack.
Always an awesome guy to see on these West Coast loops, because I believe
he is based
in Vegas.
Yeah, he born in I think he hails out of Compton.
Yeah, I think that's where he was originally, but I believe he now lives in Vegas.
Oh, no kidding. Huh. I
remember seeing him at like Nigel's Magic show a couple of years ago, and like him and Brian Cage both, I believe they're both Vegas based right now. So it's always that short drive. So
makes sense.
Yeah, Ring of Honor ain't doing anything with them. Let's get them on these UCC shows, since they pulled them off one previously back when that heat was not so good. So now that it's better, let's get them back.
Yes, please. Next match, Starboy Charlie versus Joey Janela.
All right, here. So for the past year or so, Joey has really been wrestling more like a team player on the card. He's wrestling anyone and giving them a solid wrestling match back, elevating them and making them look a lot better, especially on the GCW stage. Starboy didn't need it because his work has been solid, but that was basically making the Sunday even sweeter. This was your signature match before the main event. Straightforward, wrestling heavy, a match that generally satisfies the classic fan, and that's what this match was. Joey purposely was drawing heat from repetitive moves. The fans did not like that. I thought that was a classic spot.
Well,
and then,
I think that he was actually redoing the John Cena Brock Lesnar match that happened earlier, taking the piss out of it.
The last thing I had, our winner here, Starboy Charlie.
Yeah, like that. He was just totally making fun of that match that had happened about a few hours earlier. And a lot of us were chanting, fuck Brock Lesnar. Others were chanting, you're not Brock. Personally, fuck Brock Lesnar. I hope we never see him on any program again. But
we never got Willie Mack and Sidney Akeem.
Yeah, I think Sidney's kind of like being cooled off right now because he wrestled the entire roster. So we kind of need to see him away from our screen. So when he comes back and there's more opponents for him to face again, like it'll be fresh again.
Last match was against Effie at UCC Center for the title.
I remember that. Yeah, like that was the end of his losing streak. So I guess why have him now take a bunch of meaningless losses? Let's make that special again.
Yeah. For me, I'm glad Starboy won. Like I feel Starboy needed the win here. I was kind of worried. This was kind of one of those matches. I was hoping Starboy gets the elevated win here against Joey Janela. Joey made Starboy look good. As you said, there are a lot of callbacks here, but Joey worked his ass off to put Starboy over, and he always has as a tag partner in other matches they've gone against each other. Joey and kind of Starboy are kind of similar to what we said Joey and Doc was kind of for Dr. Redactor's career. I feel like Starboy, Charlie, and Joey Janela are kind of attached at the hips. So I was happy to see.
have a little bit of history in storylines a couple of years ago when they were facing the South Pacific Savages. Now it never really got to
dude.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was
Wow,
gonna
good
say
call.
what's his name? Castle made that call too, and that's what I was leading up to. I was glad to see that they are able to kind of pull this full circle, and Joey putting Starboy over.
Yeah,
Was
we
the big
never
key for
got it to
me.
go full circle because Fatu could not make the cage match. It was the last time we had a cage match, and it ended up being just Starboy and Juicy. So we never kind of saw that partnership really come to fruition. But I guess now that there's a steel cage on this show, we kind of went back to it.
And then Manny said this right here. By the time it was cooler in the venue, since a lot of people left after the Bear match, I noticed it was a little thinner after that. Do you feel that there were maybe some AEW fans or something that may have been hearing, hey, Bear's tearing it up over here? Or could these be chuds? Like,
I
who
think a
is it,
lot of
do you
people
think?
left temporarily. Like this is when I had to leave the venue for a second to cool down. I made it back as Joey was making his entrance, but I think maybe some people just took a little bit longer time because, as you said, it was so hot in that venue.
Yeah.
So I think this is kind of like everyone was looking forward to Bear. Starboy versus Janela, we've seen both of them a ton. So like as much, this is no disrespect to them. It's just like if you were looking for like a chance to cool down and just recover before the main. Unfortunately, this was the second last match of the show, so it was just kind of that natural point.
Also, I want to tell people, I don't know if it costs anything. It might be very little. Please consider going to the bar and buying a cup of ice.
That's a good point. Yeah, like hydrate yourself at this point. Yeah.
And if you're with people, if you buy a bucket of 3 or 4, you can ask for a bucket. They'll give you ice in the bucket, and at least you can hold it in your hands, put it on your wrist, just put it on your fucking forehead or the back of your neck. Helpful hints that I should have thought of when I was sweating my ass off the other day. But yeah,
next time it'll be the other way around. It'll be cold as crap in the venue. So I guess maybe this is the time to get a coffee or something. I don't know.
Does anybody know
coffee at the UCC? I don't know.
No clue. I don't even know how much drinks are. I don't think they're bad. I don't think they're $5 each. Do you remember?
Yeah, I see. I just
water's $3.
Okay. Yeah, that's not great, but that's not terrible. In LA, that's kind of cheap.
I paid for $10 at the $10 water at the Palms once. So yeah.
Ugh.
Thank God they're not going back to the Palms. Fuck the Palms.
No. And I'll just let everyone know again, we did verify through Brett on his interview, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, the venue in LA for the collective will not be a Ticketmaster venue.
You mean Vegas? So. You said LA.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, for Vegas.
Thank God.
Man, it's been a night.
Yep.
Oh yeah, look at that. Bear versus Zilla. That could be a very good match. And then Casa just said a can of soda was $3. Again, not bad, not horrible. Yep. No. So yeah, I mean, I saw several people, they had like ice in a bag, like a plastic bag. So I don't know, maybe like somebody asked for a plastic bag for like a lime or something or whatever, but they just put ice in there and just held it on their head. And yeah, we got to be smarter about this, all of us. Somebody told me, and I'm like, shit, why haven't I just gotten a cup of ice? That's nothing. So
yeah. Either way, I needed to cool off, so I'm not blaming anyone that kind of took this match as an opportunity to. Sometimes you just we don't have intermissions at the UCC, so unfortunately, I think this match kind of was the intermission for a lot of people. It's a shame because we do love Starboy and Janela's the GOAT of the GCW, but sometimes card placement's card placement.
Exactly.
And next matchup was our main event, as it is for the Ultraviolent Championship, as Matt Tremont defends against Dr. Redacted.
All right here. Okay, so there was a fair amount of time to set up this match. There was a lot of weapons. And for the first time in a very long time, over 3 years, glass at the UCC.
This was the real homecoming.
And honestly, you can tell who the GCW fans were because you can kind of hear there was a buzz like, bro, they got glass. They got Brant came up to me immediately. He was like, dude, there's fucking glass. And I'm like, whoa. And
I think last time we seen it, Alex Zane and Jimmy Lloyd.
Yeah, well over 3 years ago.
Yep. And it's like, we'll never see light tubes again in the UCC because that's what UCC management had the gripe with. But it's nice to see glass panes or shower doors back in the UCC. Hopefully we can see a lot of that on future shows. Oh, yes, and shout out to the Dodgers Pinata.
Hell yeah. I like the bottles, the plastic bottles.
Yeah,
they made a satisfying thump sound when they hit.
Yeah, we got to get those on the rotation in AC. Got to have them be the Dodgers ones just to get a lot of heat.
There we go, right there. Was it just Pains?
Yeah.
There you go. And Reed Harris Cooper was very baked. Good to know. Good to know. All right, here. Redacted and Tremont both got tremendous love from the fans. There was some relief.
And before we go any further, we got to shout out at Matt Tremont's entrance. He picked up a fan and brought him to the ring. Do you know who that was? That was Paula, friend of the show.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought I don't know. Didn't someone like carry a kid too? Like, I felt like somebody carried a kid like this weekend.
But yes, I got to catch up with Paula before the show. It was really great to see her. She might have been one of the few fans that was at all 3 homecomings this year. So shout out to Paula, incredible person. Love seeing her make it. This was her first time at the UCC, but obviously many different AC shows. So it was kind of nice to see that little bridge as far as we go, as far as like the AC getting over to the West Coast.
Man, so there was, I at least felt there was some relief that this was the main event. It was just a long show, almost 4 hours or right around 4 hours. For me, I felt like LA has been the only place that we walk away completely exhausted, wobbling like zombies, 12:30 a.m. in our car. My only solace is the roads aren't as congested so we can get back to the hotel quickly. Like, we're in the show. It's towards the end. We're just looking forward to the air conditioning in the hotel. Redacted came out early. Black Abdullah also came out early with a fork and carved Redacted up. The good doctor's leaking blood down his head and from his nose. He gets sent through the first piece of glass in 3 years at the UCC. Both are throwing chairs at each other ringside. I had to block a chair from hitting my wife with my forearm. Tremont looking like he's dripping red candle wax from his head. Redacted went to grab chairs for a door bridge, and you can see Matt trying to get his attention to use the chairs that are literally right beside them. They decided Redacted's chairs were best in the end. They fought back to the ring. Redacted hit a code breaker from the middle rope, then sent Tremont face first through a glass pane. Heavy GCW chants. Redacted has an LA Dodgers pinata wrapped in barbed wire, 2 plastic Dodger bottles, and an ironing board. They hit each other with the bottles. Redacted gets slammed onto the pinata. That's when Redacted is red-faced on his left side from all the blood. He spears Tremont through a door, gets up, and then Redacted ends up going through that ironing board. Redacted has a plastic bag and starts suffocating Tremont. They both go through the glass pane. Doctor takes the most damage here. Tremont covers Doctor in the last glass pane. Splash from the top rope, the glass breaks. If you guys go back and look, I don't think that glass was tempered. You see knife pieces, like long shards breaking when you know it should be crumbled.
Doc's arm after the match.
Yeah, and that was the thing. They're lucky that it wasn't worse, except for Doc's arm, and it did not look pretty. It was about, what, 2 inches long?
Oh, yeah, it was disgusting.
And wide. And a wide cut. Yeah, you could see the inside a little. But yeah, there was a cover for 3. Our winner and still GCW Ultraviolent champion Matt Tremont. At the end here, Matt drapes himself over a series of blood-covered ropes. The ropes are white. Blood is everywhere. Not a little here and there. We're talking everywhere. He bites the rope for an amazing picture. You can actually see a pool of blood in the bottom of his left eye. I felt it was a tremendous ending to Homecoming LA, and I could see fans wanted to pound the mat, but they couldn't because there was just too much glass. I actually saw a couple people. No, I actually decided not to also. Just that does not make the drive home easier.
Yeah, I've pounded thumbtacks into my hand doing that at a Pride style show once, and it was just tacks, and that hurt like a fuck.
Before the show, I was just telling John I had a thumbtack at the bottom of my car today. I'm like, what is this doing?
Oh, I pulled about 20 of them out of my shoes before I went back to the airport.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because those could set off at the airport, huh?
Yeah, and it's like I always want to fly in because I don't want to deal with being exhausted after a drive and having to drive in LA traffic.
Yeah, this next one I'm actually spending Friday night and Saturday night in LA so that I won't be exhausted.
Yep.
Yeah, this was crazy main event. When I saw the glass, I ran to John and said, "This might be the night Doc gets it. They don't pull out glass in LA for any reason at all." And as Frank kind of mentioned, and we kind of talked about a couple times already, with no title changes and not really any title matches, I thought this would be the kind of one main event in the night with the new champion at Homecoming, with Dr. Redacted winning, and LA crowd, man. Everywhere he goes, Doc gets the same reaction. Just the energy's crazy. Him beating himself up before the match. It was awesome. Like, yeah, the violence was crazy. Seeing glass panes at UCC was a very refreshing sight. It elevated the match for me in the night and the importance of Homecoming. It was a championship main event. I really thought it was going to be the night. Doc got close a couple times, but Tremont keeps the belt and keeps his legendary title run keep on going. And I'm excited though, because there are still a couple names out there I want to see him go against. But great way to end the night, I think, to give the fans glass and all the blood and violence. Was a fun match.
Doc told me at the merch table before the show to expect surprises, and my mind was more towards what had happened the previous night with the Labubu gussets. I was not thinking glass, and yet he pretty much told me that was going to happen, and it flew right over my head.
Ooh, somebody wants to kind of see Otis dethrone Tremont.
Oh,
you know what? They were a good matchup, like equal size, equal height, like.
There's a lot of people.
I like
it makes sense for that one.
Well, there is another name that if we're not talking UV title scene, we're maybe talking NGI. Remember that we just had a debut on this show.
Very possible.
That would be nice.
Oh man. So bittersweet if Tremont loses that title.
Krule and Otis in the NGI.
John's lightheaded. We could talk about Krule now. All right. So we'll quickly, it's getting late here, I know. We're going to quickly run down this JCW show.
Yeah, and I think this is probably the appropriate time to mention this. I'm not putting my head in the sand. Shout out to Akira. Like, I hate that everything happened the way it did today. And while we don't know what exactly is going to happen as far as ramifications go, I just wanted to point out, there is the National Domestic Violence Hotline. If you are dealing with something similar to what Akira has gone through or allegedly gone through, I'll put this in the chat real quick. That is the hotline for the domestic violence hotline in America. It also works via text messages, available with translators for over 200 languages. So, yeah, obviously, I don't want to go too much further into this, but yeah, this is kind of resources you can use if you feel like you're in a similar situation to what Akira has been going through this year.
Yep, sending our wishes our way as well, Akira.
Yeah, thankfully, we don't have to mention much else as far as the people involved in this situation since they happen to not be on this show. But considering the way things are right now, could be in the future, thought that this was an appropriate time before we cover JCW.
No, you're good.
And I'll also just put my 2 cents in there and say, when it comes to this JCW review, I did not get a chance to see it, so I will be very quiet here.
Yeah, this is actually why I'm staying on the show, is because I've at least seen it.
Yeah, and I'm kind of going to quickly run it down as well. It's getting late here, and as kind of excited. I don't want to talk too much in depth about storylines or anything because everything's up in the air right now. But definitely want to give the JCW show a shout out because
Adam was on the show last week, so we at least want to give it the courtesy of covering it since he was generous with his time to give it to us.
And as we said earlier, a lot of these wrestlers from LA to Phoenix, or Phoenix to LA to AC, or not AC, was it AC?
Yeah, it was,
AC.
No,
Jersey,
it wasn't
Jersey.
AC. It was
Jersey.
Richfield or Asbury?
It was Asbury.
Yeah, sorry. Traveling across the country, like a crazy weekend.
And a lot of the production crew too also made the journey. I do know some of the people there were local. Like I have a lot of friends. Shout out to people like Chance and Kevin that are on the West Coast production side. But there were a fair amount of people that also were from Jersey that were also there as well. So shout out to them for making that long plane ride in such a short time.
Yep. First match of JCW Knockout was Violence is Forever going against Isaiah Broner. I almost called him the boxer, Adrian Broner. Isaiah Broner and O'Shea Edwards. I quickly just wrote this is a hard-hitting matchup. If JCW was thinking of starting a tag division or tag belts, these are two teams I would definitely start looking at for that division and start building around. This was a strong brawl to set the tone for the rest of the card.
Pretty much,
yeah. So sorry, man.
Yeah, just sometimes it's big meaty men slapping meat or however that goes. And that was in tag match form.
Yep. Next match was Thomas Shire versus Matt Mako. Oh, sorry, I didn't say who won. Violence is Forever did pick up the victory over Isaiah Broner and O'Shea Edwards.
Yep.
Next match, Thomas Shire, Matt Mako. I wrote these two were unique, and I think they meshed well. Their styles were kind of brawling and more technical, but just like kind of an MMA fight, it seemed to come off well. For a wrestling match, and there was lots of wrestling and counter wrestling. I loved it, and it reminded me kind of an old Regal versus a Finley matchup.
Yep, I would say that's pretty accurate too. Like a nice clash of styles, but also they had a fair amount in common too. So sometimes that's the best fusions.
Yep. Thomas Shire picks up the victory over Matt Mako. Casa, Violence is Forever. I don't know. We'll see. At this point, I don't know if that's in the cards, but maybe down the road they'll run it back.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much cooled on Violence is Forever for a minute. Like they were in the scene for a long time. I kind of want them in the back burner. Like JCW is a good spot to use them for now, while we maybe cycle through some tag teams, and then once there's more tag teams that aren't just Young, Dumb, and Price, reinsert them back in the mix.
Next match was for the Progress World title as man like Dereiss defended the belts against Darian Bankston, Tommy Billington, and the bounty hunter Brian Keith. This was a strong lineup, good four-way match. Darian is shining in JCW. I want to see it continue. Billington fit really good in this match. I kind of want to see him kind of find his little role, and I think he could be kind of like if we don't use Adam Priest continuing moving forward, Billington kind of fits a similar role as Adam Priest.
Well, they might be a team in AEW though, so we could possibly not see much of them if that continues.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that one. MLD, like I said earlier, man like Dereiss was the star of the weekend for me. Always creating moments when we see him. He was really good in this match from an in-ring side instead of an entertaining side, as we saw in LA. And Brian Keith is always welcome on my TV screen. The dude is awesome. This was great for a four-way match and for JC.
I do love that they kind of split the international lines at the beginning. Like this is Team UK versus Team USA. So that was kind of like a neat fixture, even though like they're all kind of like, I think except I know like Billington is of course the Dynamite Kid's kid, and Darian Bankston is a UK import. But it was still kind of funny that they did that spot anyway, even though everyone's kind of a mix of both.
Next match, man like Dereiss does successfully defend the belt in the four-way. Next match was for the JCW #1 contender as Bam Sullivan, Griffin McCoy, Oni King, Ryan Clancy, Tony Deppen, and Billy Starks. I thought this was a good one. Interesting names. I don't know about being #1 contenders for the JCW title. I wouldn't have put some of them, but I thought for what it was fun. A lot of the spots in there were comedy. I think for a #1 contendership, I prefer to see more seriousness, but this match was fun for what it was worth, and Billy Starks picking up the win for me kind of makes the most sense and gets me the most excited to possibly be
whether or not that's
JCW
going to lead to anything, because we don't know what the status of the JCW title is going to be. So any fantasy booking I had kind of went out the window today. But again, more important things than that. But Billy, always nice to see Billy Starks being set up for more things in JCW. It's always nice that we get to see her because she doesn't have to do it at this point. Her spot in AEW is secure. She's in one of the hottest angles and one of the only reasons to really watch Ring of Honor sometimes with her team with Athena. So the fact that we get to see her at all in any sort of independent, much less what she does as frequently as she does, is awesome.
Yes, and we're gonna put this JCW review on hold real fast as we just had a special guest join us, and I don't know if it's not showing up there. The name's not showing up for some reason.
I think it's cropped a little weird too.
Yeah, I know. John, what's that button down here? Which one is it? There we go. That one. Brett, can you hear us?
That button right there.
There we go. I had to find the right one. John left me hanging there for a minute. He's still leaving me hanging here with the mute button. Brett, how are you doing? Recovering from homecoming weekend?
I am recovering. It is I don't even know. It's Tuesday or something, so I'm back in the mix now.
You're recovering well after the Mets win, I take it as well.
Oh my God, what a game. That was crazy.
So we were just kind of reviewing the JCW show, but you wanted to hop on. Is there anything you wanted
I
to
just
hop
wanted
on
to hear what
for?
Yeah, I was just wanted to hear what was going on and what all the plants were saying, you know?
We had a lot of happy people. There was a lot of people, Brett, going into LA Homecoming wondering what the card was really, how it was going to hash out, because we just had the one championship title match on there. But then, you know, Stackhouse and KJ came in on the first match there and just blew up. And I mean, really just the fans were emotionally drained after that. With Dereiss and Cardona, a lot of them were saying that, you know, we had seen so much wrestling with Sam and KJ that the Dereiss Cardona situation with the music and the entrance was kind of maybe the release we needed. We had, you know, kind of seen so much wrestling in that first 45 minutes. A lot of people had a lot of good things to say about Oro, because that was somewhat of a debut for him over the weekend for GCW fans. Vipress was really picking it up, and we were talking about how her change to the Chola has really made her go over a lot better in the Southwest United States, especially in LA. What else are we talking about, guys? Atticus Cogar.
I'm cutting you off here. We can't gloss over Krule. John wants to talk about Krule with you.
Okay. I was trying to be a gentleman.
The line there.
So how did that all go down, Brett? Because I'll tell you, I mean, from me and a lot of other people are saying that's a hell of a great surprise to bring into GCW.
Well, you got to talk to Charles Mason about how it all went down, right? You know, that guy, you know, Charles Mason's a sick fuck, and this Krule guy appears to be sick, and I don't know, a bunch of sickos. So it seems like a good fit. Slade, Krule, Charles Mason. So that's how it went down.
He's imposing. He's large. He's unique. I don't know if you saw my son, Brett. He's 6'6", 6'7", and my son goes, shit, he's tall. And yeah, so yeah, my family had not seen Krule before outside of me. And I was curious about how newer fans would take it. And I was telling, you know, our listeners here that new fans were surprised, and fans that were very familiar with him were also surprised that he showed up there. So yeah, I think it was a hell of a call, man.
Yeah, I thought it was a cool reaction from the crowd too. I think people, it was very organic reaction from the crowd, as the people that knew him and then the people who were seeing him for the first time. And it just felt very cool.
Two different types of shock. You know, who the hell is this guy from the new fans? And the people who know him are like, oh my God, he's finally here.
Yeah. I think it's best of both worlds, you know, getting to, you know, bring him in for the people who have wanted to see him for so long. And then, yeah, you know, getting to show, you know, the newer people something new. So it's servicing everybody.
The LA way.
Yeah.
So yeah, we were talking about Atticus. One called Manders and Marcus Mathers. That was a solid match. And we were talking about Marcus and Manders have grown so much over the last year that the match that they had here this weekend could not have been had by them a year or two ago. And we were talking about just the tremendous growth that both of them have been.
Yeah, they've both excelled in 2025. They've separated themselves from their peers and really stood out this year. They've both taken dramatic steps forward. So I'm glad that I'm actually glad that it worked out for that match to take place on such a big show in LA.
And over here, we just want to see the performers succeed. And when I spoke to Manders and when I spoke to Mathers, they're just, they're radiating confidence. And that's really what you want to see, because that's growth. And both are growing in their own ways. And Manders always looks great coming out in black and gold with that 24K belt. Just beautiful.
Yeah, it is. It looks good on him.
And then we were talking about Jordan Oliver and Frankie Kazarian, and the fact that you listen to the fans. The last time Frankie was at GCW in the UCC, the fans were chanting "Welcome back," and you were nice enough to bring Frankie back for LA Homecoming. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no, I like Frankie a lot. He is a legitimate SoCal legend, and I mean, he literally was one of those that paved the way for SoCal independent wrestling, and for us for GCW to do what we're doing in 2025 in LA. It was Frankie and his peers that laid this foundation and created this fan base. So that's one of the things that I love about my role in GCW is that I can choose to bring people in like him and pay our respects and give them this platform for other people to show their respect. And I it was just a good fit to have him on a show like the LA Homecoming, sold out crowd, and just getting to see him, a legend, go up against, a future legend in Jordan Oliver. I just thought it was, I think that was great.
It's one of those matches that it's almost a guarantee that Jordan's going to come out better for it as long as he learns something from it. And I think that Frankie can do that for him. Guys,
yeah,
feel
definitely.
Free to
I mean, it's people like Frankie, that their value to GCW goes beyond what they can do in the ring. It's also what they can offer backstage and in the locker room. And it's guys like him and again, guys like Ricky Morton and George South and Mike Jackson even. These are just guys that have so much more to offer besides just what they do in between the ropes. So whenever the schedules align and whenever the circumstances allow where we can get somebody like Kazarian in there, it's a win-win for everybody. Good for the fans, good for the wrestling match, good for his opponents, good for the locker room.
And this is kind of natural, but we did have fans also asking about Scorpio Sky at some point. So I'll leave the door open on that one, maybe.
Yeah, well, we had Scorpio Sky.
I think we're asking for their
tag team.
SCU.
Well, we tried. To be honest with you, we actually tried to do we tried to do Kazarian and Scorpio Sky versus Jordan and Alec Price for this show, but Scorpio Sky.
AEW pay-per-view day, that wasn't happening.
Yes, correct. And then it turned out that Alec Price couldn't do the show anyways, so we got the singles match.
Now, here we go with this one. Bear Bronson and Mance Warner. Can you just wide open, can you just give us some of your impressions on Bear Bronson and where he's going and where he's been?
Yeah, Bear Bronson's awesome. He is, well, it's weird to say it. He's refreshing. He's a refreshing character, he's not a rookie, but I'm trying to think of the word I'm trying to say. He's
fresh air.
Yes, there's that. And he's just complete. He's just such a force. Like I feel like we haven't even started with Bear Bronson yet. Like we haven't even gotten into we haven't even gotten into it with him yet.
He's still only just starting as a singles competitor. He's trying to break out of the Bear Country or Iron Savages and the way that ended. And that the result in his AEW release. It's a natural story that everyone can get behind.
Sure, yeah, and I think it's just what we're seeing from him in GCW and on the Indies is also completely different than really anything we've seen from him in the past. So I think his potential is unlimited. Really, we don't even know what his potential is yet because this is the first time we're seeing him truly unleashed. So it's exciting. I'm glad to have him part of GCW, and I think there's a lot of room for growth here. And I think he's going to get better as we keep going.
And I also, go ahead.
I was
buddy.
just going to
Sorry.
ask for Brett's thoughts on the cage match.
Excuse me. The cage match was great. I think Sam and KJ have a knack for drama, and I absolutely loved the way the match ended. I thought that the last couple minutes was, I don't know, like I was watching it, and I was captivated, for lack of a better term. I loved the way the match ended, and I give them props because they have taken every opportunity that's been given to them, and they have collectively hit home runs on every pitch. So, props, respect to both of those guys. And it's just, Fuego, KJ Orso, he's so good, and Sam Stackhouse is so good. So, I'm glad that we were able to host that story, and I'm pleased with the way it finished.
And cherry on top, especially on the independents, I want to let you know that both KJ and Sam have been very giving to the podcast, to the fans. Sam gave an interview right on the spot. KJ came out a moment later and did his thing. And I just want to say that, when it comes to really putting themselves out there and making sure that, people know more about them than just their 11 minutes, they've really done a lot for the GCW name and for themselves. And it's created a lot of goodwill with the listeners over here for sure.
Well, that's good to hear. And it doesn't surprise me. They are committed. They're committed to the, to GCW and committed to the GCW fans.
How do you feel about your guy, Mance Warner, on WWE tonight?
That was cool. I saw that. And it's funny because, excuse me, I was just talking to him about it this past weekend. I said, when are you going to show up in NXT? I said, I don't know. So,
yeah, him and
a couple
Matt
days
Cardona
later.
both.
What's that? Oh, yeah, Cardona. It's cool seeing Cardona on WWE television. Even if it's just a small role, it's just cool to see him on it because, for obvious reasons. So I hope it works out in whatever role he has in this ongoing storyline, and that he gets an opportunity to be showcased and to do what he does. And hopefully it leads him back to Monday Night Raw or something.
Speaking of NXT real fast, Main Man Oro's having a rough start to his GCW career. Any comments on his current 0-2 record?
Well, Oro's good. As far as his record goes, he was up against pretty stiff competition. So, losing to Marcus Mathers or losing to Jack Cartwheel is nothing to be ashamed of. Most importantly, I think he really showed off and showed out and gave us a good introduction to who he is and what he's capable of. And again, I think we're only really just scratching the surface. I think as he gets more comfortable on the indies and in GCW, I think he'll continue to grow and get better.
And it was interesting seeing that Oro's coming out of the system that both of his previous opponents are going into, between Cartwheel and Mathers. And
Yeah.
maybe that was on purpose, but I think it was excellent that the fans got to see a little bit of a WWE style matchup at GCW because of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, a little bit. But for him, it's, that's great. WWE style is great, but for him, as far as I'm concerned, he's starting over. He's starting his career over. So, he has to wrestle, matches for the indie fans and for the GCW fans, and that's how he's going to be successful right now. And I think he has that dog in him.
Is it okay to say that the listeners can kind of get invested in him for just a short amount of time?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't. I have to follow up with him and see where we're going to go next. But I mean, I was impressed. I was happy with his matches, and I think he has a lot more to offer. And there's a lot of interesting matchups. So as long as we can figure it out, I think he'll be back.
So then I want to go into the main event that you had booked here in LA. Dr. Redacted, on probably the largest stage GCW has given him most recently, against the GCW Ultraviolent champion, Matt Tremont. Wow, 11 minutes and 20 seconds. But what I think a lot of fans really want to hear from you about is the fact that for the first time in over 3 years, we're getting glass back at the UCC. Could you possibly talk to us a little bit about how that all came to be, so that we're
don't get used to it, friends.
Okay.
Has it really been 3 years?
A little over 3 years, yes.
Since the last time was Alex Zane versus Jimmy Lloyd.
Yep.
Really?
Yes, sir.
2022, right before
That's crazy.
weekend in Dallas.
I think Alex Zane got glass in his eye, right? During that match?
He had the eye patch, yeah.
Damn. Well, yeah, this was a special occasion, and it's one of those things where we do it with care and caution, and we do it once every 3 years and we can get away with it. But if we did it once every 3 months, it probably wouldn't fly, and it wouldn't be as special. So it was GCW LA Homecoming, so we had to break out the panes of glass.
What was there a slight pitch like, hey, this is a special show, just giving you a heads up, we're gonna
No,
go?
it doesn't really work like that. The UCC is I have a very long-standing relationship with the UCC now. We've been there for, I want to say, 6 years, maybe.
Yep,
2019. Yeah. So, they trust me. They know that I know what's acceptable and what's not. And that, if I'm going to push it, then they expect me to be done a certain way and to not, take advantage. So, I don't expect that, once every 3 years is not taking advantage. It's not pushing it. They trust, that we know what we're doing, and we have a very good relationship there. So I'm, I know when it's okay to push the boundaries and when we shouldn't, and that's where we're at with them.
Branching kind of a little bit off from the main event, but I wanted to say that a lot of the fans have started to notice that GCW has become a little more deathmatch friendly, I guess would be the way to put it. There seems to just be a little more on the shows. And a lot of people have been appreciating that a lot. We've been hearing that from other people. So I just wanted to kind of pass that
I've been hearing that GCW doesn't do death matches. So
well, you're in different groups. No, we're not. We're in the same groups. You might be reading a little bit of too much of that Facebook stuff over there.
I'm just being humorous. I also heard GCW doesn't do storylines and all that stuff. So, but yeah, no, I mean, I think it's just I don't know that it's intentional necessarily, but I think we're just, there's a lot of deathmatch guys making their way through the rotation right now. And a lot of deathmatch wrestlers are best served doing death matches. So that's what we're getting right now.
Tremont hitting the road after kind of being a local guy for so many years. So I think it kind of just makes sense that he's kind of bringing a lot with him.
Yeah, we've seen Tremont now basically full time. We've also seen a lot of Dr. Redacted. So I think, again, that's just the more of these guys that are out there right now. It's naturally seems to be an uptick in violence. So
And they're
I'm glad everybody's
favorites,
enjoying it.
Heavy favorites. It comes across on TV, it comes across live. The Redacted chants, I mean, the Tremont chants are incredible. A lot of people also said they appreciate that you have ended a lot of shows with a death match or a hardcore match, because it just feels right to go home like that. You're walking out, you know, shit's laying all over the ground, and it's pretty.
Yeah. Well, I think that we've kind of always done that. You know, and we used to actually get heat for it, from a lot of people, because, you know, like when Blake Christian was the champion, a lot of times the title match would be the second to last match or whatever, or even earlier in the card, and it was always because there was a death match at the end, and people used to complain and say, "Oh, the title match should be the main event," or whatever. And I've always just felt like, you know, if there's death matches on the show, you know, whatever the biggest one is or the best one is should close the show. I think it's just more natural that way. And yeah, I like having Tremont in that spot.
Now at the
I think Tremont's main evented almost every show since he's been sort of fully back.
And on, yeah. Like if it's not Effie defending the title in the main event, it's generally him.
Yeah.
So. Damn. Well, so this kind of goes along with this a little bit, but given the fact that it feels like somewhat independent wrestling has a heart with deathmatch wrestling, does it almost feel smart to try to do what you can to keep the best deathmatch wrestlers available to you? Because a lot of other performers get plucked and picked, AEW, WWE, TNA, MLW. When that happens, do you feel like the deathmatch wrestlers are really the core because you don't see them cycled and plucked every couple months? That's a rough question. I think that was a multi-part one. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. No, I just actually only heard half the question, to be honest. But yeah.
I was just saying, it seems like an understanding is if you really wanted to put an independent show together, it seems like deathmatch wrestlers are the only ones on the scene that aren't being plucked by TV. And it almost seems like if you really want to keep a strong card, keeping your deathmatch wrestlers close almost seems like a smart thing if you want consistency.
Yeah, well, for certain companies, but I would not encourage your average run-of-the-mill local independent to be doing death matches. I think we need to leave it to the professionals as best we can, so that we can minimize the chances that we lose them. So but yeah, I mean, what you're saying, yeah, I guess what you're saying makes some sense for sure. I mean, yeah, just the numbers alone, there's a couple deathmatch guys that have moved up, but traditionally my friend Stephanie doesn't hire deathmatch wrestlers.
Yeah. Yeah, you build a star, they're gone. You build a star, they're gone. But deathmatch wrestling, it seems like you can at least have some form of consistency.
Yeah, I agree.
What else, guys? I don't want to take any and all questions here. I just didn't know.
How many listeners right now?
It shows very, very few live right now, but we're also looking at
over 400 already total.
Okay, so there we go. Yeah, which is it's okay, but by morning probably 600, 700, 800.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm killing the ratings.
No. No, with everything right now, I also wanted to kind of slip into this for a second and tell you, dude, we came to the UCC and we didn't know where we were going to be placed, and I wanted to let you know that placing us out front there with the fans and everything was freaking genius. The place was buzzing right up there, and it was so much fun.
Good. I'm glad that worked out, and hopefully we can do it again at the next one.
I actually already booked my hotel. This time I'm staying Friday and Saturday night, so I can come earlier, do some pre-tapes and some other things so that the next show is a lot cleaner.
Nice.
Yeah, man. We're thankful. That's the other thing. We're super thankful. we were talking about the fact that you believe in the independent spirit, and part of that is believing in us just as fans and placing us in a fortunate position to.
Definitely. True story.
Thankful though. Seriously thankful, man.
Yeah, I'm thankful.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we'll be back, dude. We'll have a little more fun. We'll make it more of a thing. The fans loved it. I think it's close to 900 to 1,000 views only on YouTube. There's a couple hundred more on Twitter, more on Facebook. So it really ended up nice. Oh, here's Nick Manoa just for a second saying it's past his bedtime. So nice to see you. Yeah, we had quite a few people come in here tonight. Ash was here for a while. We were getting some questions out of him.
Good.
Yeah, it's been a good night. Anything else, guys? I don't want to sit here and just keep. I understand we're
I'm about to fall
hours.
asleep. I think I'm so tired. I was up at 6:30 a.m.
Oh, geez.
And now
just thank you for coming on.
2:43 a.m. now, or 1:43 a.m. So I'm tired.
Man, seriously. I'll just say thank you so much. Is there anything else you really wanted to say, or anything you're looking forward to here soon?
No, I just we should have some big announcements coming up soon on some more dates and more tickets going on sale and all that fun stuff coming soon.
There was one little small thing. People were asking to update the dates on Twitter if you get a chance. Yeah. So we're good there.
I will do it this week.
Hey, thank you so much, man. Please get some rest.
Thank you,
need
Brett.
you week.
All right. I'll go. All right, fine. I will. I'll go to sleep now.
No, I feel bad if I waste your time, and
you're not wasting my time. I opted in on my own, so you're not wasting my time.
True. Well, all right then.
Okay,
anything
guys.
else? Anything else before?
Nothing else here.
I can think of. Yeah.
Frank does have a request, but I don't know if it's the easy one, unfortunately.
What's going on there?
I'll just say it. Frank, and I kind of agree with them. We are covering JCW show right now, but there is a little bit of uncertainty regarding that product. Regarding our champion. I know we're probably not getting much of an answer here, but I do have to at least say it because it's the right thing to do. So I know we're probably not getting much of an answer on that situation, but if there's anything that needs to be said now, we probably should ask.
Yeah. Well, honestly, it's it's obviously an unfortunate situation all around, but traditionally with stuff like this, I don't like to rush to judgment in any direction. I'm not sure there's anything that needs to be said right this minute that can't be said tomorrow or the day after or whenever the time comes. So I like to just kind of give everybody a chance to chill out. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. And, if there's anything else that needs to be, learned or discussed or known, then, I'd like to have all that stuff in front of me before I make permanent decisions. So, and traditionally speaking, I'm not here to, stuff like this, regardless of whatever, the outcome may be, I don't make announcements of these nature, for clout. I see a lot of promotions, that all want to be, they all want to be rushed to be first to, announce that so-and-so is not on their show anymore or whatever. And sometimes it feels, did you even talk to this person yet? Like, do you even know what's going on? Like, it's so, I don't think there's, it's, stuff like this is serious. So, if everything that's been, discussed and revealed or whatever you want to say, if all that stuff is true, then it's a serious matter. And I guess we need to see from there how you handle that. And, sometimes you have to talk to some people before you can make the right decision. So, that's kind of where we're at. I feel for, I feel for anybody, who's a victim of a situation like that. And, again, I just, I don't, we don't have to say anything right now. So I'm gonna wait until it's time to say something.
Yep.
And you've also been up at since 6:30 a.m. and answering questions at 2 a.m. in the morning the next day. So it's not easy, but yeah, collecting the facts and not rushing to judgment is always the best way to go. And then when everything shakes out, we'll know more.
Yeah. So we'll know more when it's time to know more. And I'll know more when it's time to know more.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brett, again for your time, man. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Go get some rest.
We appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, have a good night. Thank you for your time.
Yep. See it.
Well, there we go. Just like that.
Back. Yeah. Here we go. Where's that screen at? This one. There we go.
Well, thank you for Brett. Jeez Louise, that was awesome.
Yeah, that was a nice surprise again, popping up here. Where were we here?
So we just finished the scramble for the number one contendership.
Let's quickly go do this. Yeah, it's getting late here, and I gotta go to work tomorrow. Mance versus Carl. For me, this was my most anticipated match of the night, but I kind of really felt let down. I wanted to see what Carlos Frederick was able to show himself and how he wants to be presented in JCW. It was fun while it lasted. It was a barn burner, but please run this back, give it the proper time and proper placement as well.
It did feel like they were kind of trying to capture the feeling that they had with Gabe Kidd. I don't know if they were quite as successful as that, but still a nice little fight.
Yeah. Next one was I'm all over the place here. I think I got my match card out of order. No, okay, I was right. Matt Tremont versus Adam Priest defending for the Ultraviolent belt. For me, it was an unexpected Ultraviolent title defense, as Priest is usually the antithesis of Ultraviolent and always is a technical wrestler. But here's where I would reintroduce the Extreme belt, kind of make it for JCW, make it their kind of version of the Ultraviolent belt and keep it a unique kind of match set up for the Extreme belts. And I would keep the Ultraviolent to JCW, as we kind of talked about with Frank before. It feels weird, like we're able to talk about one title on one show and not one title on the other. So I think that would add a little bit more consistency to their title scene. But overall, it was nice to see Adam get violent and show his versatility. I'm glad to kind of see him wrestling all over the place right now. And I left that match was better than I anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, Adam Priest says he's any style, and that means literally any style. That means deathmatch sometimes. So it was a nice little diversion from what we usually see from Tremont. And, if Tremont had dropped the title, we wouldn't have thought too much about this now being a non-title match. But so I guess it was all the more reason to have it here to make us think he might actually lose it before getting here. So sometimes we talk about card placement. Sometimes show placement works as well for something like this.
Next one was the Asbury Park three-way street fight. Joey Janela versus Marcus Mathers and Nick Camarado. I don't know. That one it just felt weird. I don't know this Foxcatcher thing. I know it's kind of taken its toll on Joey and Nick Camarado and all three of them, Marcus Mathers. So I don't know. Joey getting the win for me kind of didn't make any sense, but we'll see where it plays out.
Yeah, where the real story here was after the match. Joey didn't really get to keep his bounty because we had a couple of bounty hunters crash the party. That being the bounty hunter himself, Brian Keith, and returning Hoodfoot, who I believe I asked for a few weeks ago. So nice to see him back in the JCW fold at the very least. And I think there is legs to an APA style team with the Hoodfoot and the bounty hunter working together, possibly at the behest of this Foxcatcher.
Yeah, I wrote welcome back Hoodfoot as a bounty hunter, and then Keith, the real bounty hunter, coming out, made this very interesting. I think this team could run JCW for the foreseeable future, and I kind of wonder how the Foxcatcher will play into it now with possibly those two being willing to be bounty hunters for the Foxcatcher. I think those two would be fun, just wreaking havoc all over JCW. Next match was for the GCW. Oh, just kidding. Regular tag match. Young, Dumb, and Price going against Top Team Jay Lucas and Teriyaki. My phone just there we go. For me, happy to see this match. We've been asking for this match, John, for a while. Ever since we saw Teriyaki and Top Team. Disappointed it wasn't for the belt, as the stupid clowns have it, but it was still a good match nonetheless. It just lacked the suspense that I think it would have made the match even better.
Yeah, it was a nice little nice tag match to get the unfortunately it wasn't for the titles, but it was nice to see Top Team back.
Next match was a singles match. It was Mares Sade against Ava Everett. Sade is like shining, man. Like I think she's getting better, and I really enjoy. I think JCW is a good place to keep on showcasing her improvement, and I think she is being presented very well and could be a star in JCW.
I love the pre-match promo here that we had with Nixie XS, kind of doing the little interview deal. It was a nice way to get Nixie on the show, despite the fact she was not physically present, and build up matches possibly with both of them.
Yeah, I like that that's something we don't really see often. And that kind of felt like a little Juggalo Championship Wrestling-ish lean into this match. I enjoy that. And our main event was Mad Dog Connolly versus Manders. This one was a brawl. Mad Dog Connolly's growing on me. JCW, just kind of was saying with Sade, is doing a great job of showcasing him and as well other underutilized talent and letting them shine. And when we talked with Adam, I think this will continue on in seeing new stars being built in JCW. Darian Brexton's another name. This is really kind of why I know, Screwball, you could probably agree with me here, why LA Fights, I think, deserves a comeback. And I think seeing the success JCW is doing as kind of being its own little thing and not attached to GCW, I think LA Fights coming back would do wonders for the West Coast talent out here. But going back to this match real fast, this was lots of crazy spots. Shire thrown in the towel. I thought was a perfect way to end the show. Kind of with the Manders and Shire. I know it wasn't teased too much, but I wonder if they will kind of come back to that and if it'll lead to any tension between the team.
Yeah, I think I really want to see Cowboy Way as a team, but they can fight as well. So they got to pay off the Mad Dog Connolly Manders rivalry here. Maybe it might lead to maybe Shire and Connolly, and possibly maybe a triple threat between the three of them if Cowboy Way if it turns out to cause a rift in this long-term relationship.
So, John, there you have it. What's your thoughts on JCW Knockout?
I still feel really, really bad you guys had to carry this little segment. I was so busy between work. I'm so sorry, guys. But, I mean, it sounded like a solid show. Also, I think online it got quite a couple thousand views there, too. Not a couple, way more than that. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to a regular JCW, I don't know, schedule. And
so we said we got one a month at least for the end of the year.
Yeah, man. I'll take a lazy Sunday show. Wake up early for us on the West Coast earlier in the morning, and shake off the cobwebs by noon 12 or noon 1, 2, 3, where we got a show rolling. So, not complaining. I'm after talking to Adam, I feel better about the future of JCW, and I'm looking forward to seeing his vision, and I know he's just getting started. That's what I want to say about it.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Like, he's done a really good job doing these standalone shows and kind of making it feel like it doesn't need GCW to be attached to it to be successful. And that makes the future bright in my eyes for them. And that's what kind of that LA Fights tweet a couple weeks ago kind of got my hopes up, but I hope it does turn into a revived LA Fights in a similar kind of vein as JCW right now.
Yeah, I'd love to see this platform an equivalent for guys like Chris Nasty and Los Suavecitos that I've been pushing for a while. I think they deserve to be in something like this, and I think a revived LA Fights would be perfect to showcase some of the underrated and underseen talents that are on the West Coast. I'd love to see an equivalent to that for them.
Yep.
Well,
all right, John, send us home here.
Quick summary. top performances of the weekend that I think I enjoyed the main event from Phoenix, Bear Dozer versus Dr. Janela, or whatever they were calling themselves. The Orso Stackhouse cage match from the LA Homecoming, Bronson versus Warner, and finally main event Homecoming LA, Tremont versus Redacted. Being able to be there and witness that live was a freaking happening. Storyline progressions that we have here. Welcome to GCW Oro. Cogar threatens Mason. Witnessing Bear Dozer and seeing them get along exceptionally well. I'm assuming a very satisfying ending to Orso Stackhouse, but we're really not sure yet. The fantastic Krule debut, Mance putting over Bear, Redacted getting the pedestal, and a title shot on a very special night. We're big Redacted fans, and we're really happy to see him get that shot. A couple takeaways or hot takes. This show unexpectedly delivered. I was ready to talk about lack of championship defenses, and I was very honest with Brett about that. Also, I have been expecting Ali perpetually over the last month or two. I don't know when that's happening. It's like I'm waiting for Christmas to finally come. Hopefully it will soon. But again, the way this show shook out, it's okay for her to keep healing up. I got my Krule. I've got my Bronson match. I feel good.
Yeah, Homecoming was better than anticipated, I will admit as well. It had its own different surprises and LA vibes for fitting of a Homecoming show.
I'll go into this one upcoming show that we have this weekend. This is going to be for Sunday, September 28th, GCW Josh Barnett's Bloodsport London from the Electric Ballroom in London, England. This will be live on Triller TV Plus, and I do not have the time on that just yet. I apologize. We do have 5 matches here. Ryan Davies versus James Farrell, Chris Ridgway versus Mark True, Lou Newton versus Chris Bungard, Hedy Caraway, I'll say Hedy Caraway versus Kev Lloyd. And finally, which may be the main event, Josh Barnett will be getting into the ring versus Ollie Thompson. So outside of Barnett, I don't know those names. I'm just being honest. I think this is more for the Londoners, and I can appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm hoping they kind of bring the same pageantry that they had in Japan over to the UK with it. That's why I wonder. I think the presentation for me is a big part of this show for Bloodsport, not knowing any names. So, I wonder how it's going to be different. We got a couple knockouts on the last Bloodsport, so hopefully this one's just as violent, and we get some different outcomes than kind of what we've been seeing with Sairo suplexes ending matches.
I'm hoping we see 2 or 3 stars stick out that we can bring to America.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Was announced, and that's a boxer there, so that's where I'm expecting a knockout. Like Go being announced got me excited. At least hopefully we'll see one knockout.
Oh, thank you, Zimzo. I forgot completely about that one. Yes. And here we go. Again, this is why the fans are awesome. Triller's Bloodsport listed at noon and 3. So there we go there. Well, we hit the 4-hour mark. Well, we're about to hit the 4-hour mark, but yeah, we had 4 or 5 hours worth of shit that we needed to cover and get through. And thank God I didn't watch GCW or JCW. It would have been even longer.
Yeah, and Brett coming on too was a nice little surprise.
You want me to go ahead and close this out? Was there anything else you guys wanted to say?
No, just run real fast. Thank you all who ever tuned in to the pre-show that we did in LA, and all the support and bugging Brett and saying you guys want another one. Appreciate it. It meant a lot, and hopefully we'll do better by you guys next time. Anything screwball? Oh, sorry.
No. I also wanted to say we're gonna do what we can to get Screwball on the next one. You get to LA, bud. We're getting you at the table. You're in the
only one to show up. That's all I need to know. I will be there as early as like 12 p.m. I believe.
That will be the thing this time. Better planning on time wise.
Yeah, I'm going to be prepared this time. We know what to expect now, which is nice.
Yes.
All right. Well, then, yeah, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the bell if you want notified when we go live next time. Please leave a comment. It's free, and it really does help the algorithm. Super chats are available if you do want to donate. BI and Screwball need taco money. You can find B on Twitter at
taco money.
Oh yeah, we forgot to let him in on that. Yeah, we're gonna have taco money one day. One day.
I'll see about it December 6th. Okay.
Yeah, you can find B on Twitter at B_GC World. You can find Screwball on Twitter at Screwball SQ. And you can find me on Twitter at GC World Podcast. As always, thank you so much for choosing to spend your time with us tonight. We will be seeing you next week. Let's send them out on a very big show.
Long play. We got better. Live.
Oh, this is like a bad kindergarten scene. GCW.
Thank you all.
And have a fantastic night.